Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Living wild. Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, is true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, is true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Did you miss me? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. It is back. That is right. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. That is Phil S. Marks.
Fucking Mark!
And I'm back. And I'm also live on Kick, too. So if you guys are on Kick or like Kick, we're live. PWT Live Show is also on Kick. Just every time I go live now, it'll also be over there. So Make sure you guys check that out, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really a Kick guy, but trying it out. And yeah, welcome to PWT Live Show. It is a Wednesday night. It is about to be AEW Dynamite. Of course, Darby Allin's got a big title match tonight. We will be debuting for the first time for live consumption and not just members consumption, Ratings Wars this evening. Okay. Much like everybody in the interwebs, WWE's been forced to be using some AI slop. And we had a bunch of crazy ass NXT debuts. Not too much crazy news, honestly. We have some, WWE updates with TKO and as far as all of that stuff's concerned on the business end of things. And there was a wild night on NXT. So we're going to get into all of that. AEW lies exposed. People are lying on AEW. They're lying on AEW and our guy Tony Khan. And I've come back from a week off of streaming, guys, and Tony Khan's my guy. I've really done a lot of thinking, a lot of pondering. I made some new graphics and shit for the background, and I've been pondering, right? And thinking. And Tone's my guy, man. I'm not going to tolerate
guys, Tony Khan.
I'm not going to tolerate no Tone hate. Okay? We're definitely going to laugh at cringe Tone and so much more. So guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet. If you're on Kick, do whatever you do on Kick. I don't actually really know, right? But do that, all of that good stuff. And make sure you check out Patreon. You can super chat in. I appreciate it. Become a member for 99 cents. I actually streamed on Monday for members, which was incredible. Shout out all the members. And also go and check out this video that I made. So guys, I've been making videos that aren't just like clips from shows and shit like that. And yeah, I do edits and stuff. Typically I do like a run-in or whatever, but I've just been like dropping videos and they've been doing really well and you guys have really been enjoying them. So I'm going to keep doing more like this. So make sure you're locked in on the YouTube channel as well. And I think we're almost at 8,000 subs and we're at like 2,200 on the other channels. So round of applause for the PWT universe. I thought 0 people would be listening this evening as everybody files in. I thought you guys would forget about me. So yeah, I made a video on Paul Walter Hauser and just kind of chronicling him in wrestling as of late and the best guy, Tony Khan. And I just lay out why their ideas are just kind of bad and mediocre for pro wrestling. And I talk about the whole WrestleCon, WrestleMania, and Saudi shit. So make sure you guys check out that video. It's cool. Guys, we're going to start with light news. Okay. I'm going to get Dynamite pulled up in, I think, just under an hour here. And I am excited. So make sure you guys vote in the poll on YouTube chat, and I'm going to put a poll in on screen for you guys. And so this just goes across the board. If you're on X, if you're on Kick, if you're on YouTube, put 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat. Who do you think has the most upside out of last night's NXT debuts? Evil, Lizzy Rain, Will Kroos, or Tristan Angels? 1 for Evil, 2 for Lizzy Rain, 3 for Will Kroos, 4 for Tristan Angels. We'll check in later, and you might be like, who? But yes, vote in that poll. And I did like a poll for just on YouTube, and we're going to check the results of that, okay, guys? So it's lock in, and then we'll get into the news and all the old stuff we used to do a week ago. My God, it's been so long. It's like the whole universe. Times have changed and everything. I just can't believe it. So, do you miss Phil S. Marks? 62% said yes. So thank you. 5% said no. And then 33% said who? I'm actually pumped that the answers are yes and who. Right? And only like one of you guys said no. I'm going to end that poll. 1, 2, 3, or 4. vote in the chat wherever you're watching. If you're on Kick, or I don't even know, probably nobody knows I'm on Kick. But anyways, let's get into some miscellaneous news, guys. We have some juicy stuff. I didn't know whether or not to put it in the title, but this is not bad news. This may be good news, and it pertains to Lucha Underground. It is miscellaneous news time.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Lucha Underground posted this thing, okay? And we're gonna watch this thing, and hopefully El Rey Network doesn't flag us. The funniest shit ever is when Jim Cornette's telling, I think it's Star Maker Kenny Bolin, about the El Rey Network. And Cornette's like, it debuted on the El Rey Network, and Kenny Bolin goes, there's an El Rey Network? You guys know what I'm talking about. It's like one of the most famous Cornette rants. Anyways, let's take a watch, a peek at this. Uno más. So all the conspiracy theories started floating around, and people were like, WWE owns this because they own Lucha Underground because of AAA's affiliation with them at the time, or whatever, right? But Lucha Blog was on the case, and he was there to have a meltdown. He seems like pissed that people are excited about Lucha. You think it would be the opposite, but I don't know. He's one of these like Dave Meltzer guys, I think, right? The best guys. And so Lucha Blog says the U.S. Trademark Office shows the Lucha Underground trademark and a bunch associated with it were transferred from the old Lucha Libre FMV company to a new holding company 3 years ago. There's been no recent activity. So now the rumors are swirling that it could, like, WWE could swoop in and just buy this. Like, who owns this shit? If they really wanted it, they could just swoop in and make a deal, right? They're making money hand over fist. They're releasing Kairi Sane and shit. We know you got the cheddar. So who knows who owns this or whatever, but he sleuthed it out because everybody was getting excited. And he's like, WWE do not own it. The El Rey Network has been adding old shows to their YouTube channel this year. I believe they were the ones running the social media account. So it could just be a play at YouTube, which would be the smart thing. Just upload it all to YouTube. It's on like Roku or whatever. If you have Roku TV, you can just turn on Lucha Underground. But I don't know. So the thing with Roku, and this could be wrong, and maybe it's Tubi and not Roku, and I'm conflating the two, but you can put your own show on there. It's either, let me just fact check this. Can anyone, pardon me, put a show on Roku or Tubi? To be or not to be? Yeah, so Tubi and Roku, anyone. You like pay to get your shit on there, and then if you do certain amount of numbers, they have it like tiered out, and then you get paid based on the ad revenue, like a percentage of it. So it's like YouTube, but people think it's like a streamer, and sometimes they'll spend some money and bring in like an actual good movie or like some old shit. They'll buy old stuff that will bring in, a handful of people or whatever. So just a handful, like in comparison to Netflix. I bet a bunch of people watch Roku and Tubi. Honestly, I bet that shit's in a bunch of homes. But this guy here says there were 2 filings in January 25. So who knows? But potentially we could see the resurrection. Now, do you guys want to see the resurrection of Lucha Underground? I think it was good for its time. I think it would be fun to do something like that again, but you'd be limited because I just don't see, well, maybe if they didn't like kill the characters off, but I don't see them sending too many WWE guys over there to really help bolster it. I think if they brought it back, it would be more AAA crossover with Lucha Underground, if they're even able to do it. But I honestly think they just dropped this to be like, we're going to be on YouTube or something, or maybe someone gave them an offer. So who fucking knows? But shout out Lucha Underground. Shout out Lucha Blog as well. Speaking of Lucha, there was a shoot incident that happened. This is a few days ago now, almost a week ago, 5 days ago. So this is the Zona 23 shoot incident. And it's still so crazy. Let's check it out. Worker shoot, chat. So, like, is that Psycho Clown no-selling a fucking light tube attack? That's what that looks like. No, that's not Psycho Clown, actually. That's like a dude with a mohawk mask, but it's not Psycho Clown. Damn, it's just turned to a brawl. These dudes are all fighting. Yeah, this is for real. So I don't know what happened. Like, this dude's like grabbing his balls now. Oh, he rubbed that dude's mask on his balls, I think. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Buddy was no-selling tubes and shit. It's pretty crazy. Speaking of the indies just kind of being a mess and violent situations breaking out, Cruel, we covered it on the show a while back before the break when he was like stabbed, allegedly. Turns out he wasn't actually stabbed. He just like punched out this fucking... He tried to punch out this super drunk fan who was like being obnoxious, but he should have been thrown out of there. And Cruel starts swinging on this guy, and then the guy takes him down, and then all the boys said he got stabbed or whatever, but realistically they just beat this guy up and threw him out. And so Conrad Thompson goes, I posted the receipts. Oh, come on now, that's not very fair. I posted the receipts last week before Mania. He lost so many bookings, all because he didn't click the link below and say, all because the promotion didn't have security and the building overserved a guy. He became a scapegoat for their mistakes, Eric, and he is not without blame. But drunk fans shouldn't be his problem. But the problem is, like, he just started throwing on the guy, then got taken down. So he was embarrassed. That's what it is. And then they all ran with a lie. And yeah, he just tried to play it off. So Cruel like made a statement. Actually, Brett Lauderdale first chimes in and he goes, saying it's all because a promotion didn't have security, that a venue overserved, thereby making him a scapegoat, is ridiculous. He is 100% responsible. He threw the first punch and declined to apologize or refute the stabbing claim. He could have walked away at any time. Yeah, so what you do if you're Cruel in that situation is you fucking tell someone, you'll be a snitch, dude. You tell the teacher, you tell someone who works there, you'd be like, get this guy the fuck out of here. You know, like what's going to happen? He's trying to challenge us all to fight. What are we all just going to beat him up? You know, because that's the end result. And he was being a drunk asshole for sure. But like, if you're sober and shit, talk to someone else sober and go, do you see this drunk idiot? Get him the fuck out of here. And that's how they should have handled it. But there's egos involved with all this wrestling, with all the wrestlers. Okay. If you haven't noticed. So Cruel actually put out a statement though. So this is a big, long one. And, you know, I'm a Cruel fan, but I think he fucked up. But it doesn't mean like he's done. He should never be able to work again and shit. I don't think has to be either extreme. Like, oh, you condone his actions? No, but like, what do you want to have happen? He can't ever work again? Like, I don't want that. So he says, 2 weeks ago, I prepared a statement to address the situation. Once I had handled some business that needed to be addressed before releasing, I read what I had written, pardon me. In doing so, I felt how disingenuous my original written statement was. Thus, I decided to stop, reassess, and be more open to the public. I'm speaking to all of you now, not as a character, but as myself. During the event, there was an altercation with a fan whom I had had several incidents with throughout the night. I'm not spurging out here, guys. This is what he wrote. Including physically shoving myself during my entrance, and another fan who was trying to purchase merchandise after the show. In this moment, I reacted and threw a punch. During that incident, I sustained an injury to my side that once I had returned to the locker room, was discovered by staff at Berwyn. Now, I wasn't there. I'm not just going to flat out be like, this guy's lying and shit. But, guys, his back was all cut up because he's cruel and he does death matches and shit. So, I pointed this out. There could be any cut on him, and he could go, oh, that guy gave it to me. Unless we see video evidence. The video evidence came out. It was like, yeah, you guys just beat this guy's ass, and to try and save face and not get in trouble, he said he had a knife. And you were all scared for your lives, and so that validates whooping his ass like that. Just admit that part, you know? Staff and wrestlers helped bandage me and tend to the wound. I left and was taken to take a shower and driven to the airport. I was taken to take a shower. That sounds like some old, like, Slick Rick shit. You know what I mean? I was taken to take a shower. Did you get stabbed? I had no idea what was happening. Then I saw that story had been put on social media. To be absolutely clear, I never wanted nor asked that this story be represented as fact nor made public. I was contacted by law enforcement and I fully cooperated that process. I was asked if I wanted to pursue an investigation. I declined. I told the detective I did not believe I was stabbed, but I had probably fallen on something during the altercation. I regret not addressing this immediately and allowing misinformation and assumptions. Well, let me say this. If the cops did get involved and then he didn't just jump online quickly to be like, no, this didn't happen, this did, then I don't know, maybe in Cruel, because there was like 30 wrestlers there who knew what was up. But maybe in Cruel's position, he's sitting there like, okay, do I say some shit that gets me sued after this, you know, like after the perception is what it is of the fans? Like, I don't want that to happen either. I told him I didn't think I got stabbed, whatever. I'm just trying to let it go away. So maybe in his position, but like, he just looks like an asshole because he was throwing all those punches at the dude and he's all drunk and wobbly and he got taken down by the guys. It's crazy. And I fully cooperated with that process. Okay, I regret not addressing this. Now comes the part of all of this I've struggled with most, throwing a punch. A punch. Everyone keeps saying a punch. Dude, you threw like 4 punches. Threw multiple punches. I've been angry, remorseful, and every emotion in between. However, it finally hit me like a brick wall. I was in the wrong. Dude, you weren't even in the wrong for beating his ass. Like, honestly, you guys fought. It was what it was, right? Like, dudes are going to fight. In wrestling, you should be tough. If I was not a wrestler and some drunk dude was all in my fucking, like, you know, it might be an issue. For most dudes, that's an issue. It's like, you don't go there. You don't do that to people, right? And so some dudes are looking to go viral and some dudes are looking to sue people that they view larger than life and or just in general. And so you got to be ready for that. But the problem is that he threw multiple punches and then got kind of owned. And then they all beat his ass and lied about a knife. That's the part that people are pissed about. I don't think they really care that you were like trying to throw down with a guy. Regardless of the situation and the things that occurred, it was my job to be a professional. In hindsight, many decisions made differently could have changed the situation's outcome. I could have addressed the situation to management when I knew he was a problem. I could have made the decision not to go sell merch after the show to avoid potential conflict. I could have been a professional and I failed. Thus, I accept full responsibility for everything that occurred. I failed as a professional. I've always taken pride in being professional and being a team player with every person I have worked for in my career. I failed and made a bad decision. To the wrestlers, fans, and promotions that have been affected by the aftermath of the situation and my bad decision, no words can change what has been done, but I do apologize. I've spent more time these last few weeks hurting emotionally because I hurt each and every one of you. I'm sorry. Majority of you don't know me. The person only as what I portray as a character, but this incident is not a reflection of who I am. Dude, what does Jim Cornette think about? Did he talk about this?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
I don't listen to many wrestling pods as of late, so I don't know if Jim Cornette's talked about this, but he fucking should. Because I'd love to know what he thinks. Seems like a bunch of groveling and being like, oh, I threw that punch. No, is that you guys lied about like a knife. And again, dude, like it doesn't take Jacques Clouseau to figure out you had cuts on your back too. Whatever. I'm not getting involved in this. This is okay. This is a cartoon show. We're back, baby. We've had a week off. We're not even valid. We're restarting ground zero, right? So in other indie, let me check in with chat. Sorry, guys. I'm just going off. I'm eager beaver tonight. Lincoln Hawk for 5 says, bro, Marty Jannetty looked good last night against Nikita Lyons. Hair was on point for his age. Bro, don't you come in here roasting Lizzy Rain and shit, okay? Don't do that. No, you can do what you want, buddy. But listen, I won't tolerate the hate. I'm team Lizzy Rain all day. She fucking rules. She looked awesome. Her jumping kick move was cool. It's like a stalling Uranagi or whatever. Pardon me, not Uranagi, Enziguri or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like a whipping kick to the back of the dome. Her look is awesome, but you have a thing where you're like a Paige hater too. Like all the dark-haired girls. Do you like Rhea, Lincoln? I know you just hate on all like the girls who aren't the bubbling blondes or what? Ken Dudley for 2 sweet says, what the fuck is kick? Welcome back, Phil. We missed you. XO, dude. Chill. All right. Dude, yeah, I missed you guys too. And what is kick? It's like people go on there and podcast and do gaming and shit, and it's just another platform that I'm trying out. You know what I mean? So thank you, and go and check it out. Sauce Inc. for 5 says, all hail, buddy, old pal. Please, free 626. He's watching and can't chat. Please, please, please. Come on, Phil. No, that's not very fair. Okay, dude, just a beg session. Lebowski 626, free 626. Says Lebowski. Thank you guys for the super chats. Who the fuck is that? No. Lock him up. We have to free him. Okay, guys, I'm doing a live show right now, so I appreciate the support. I acknowledge everybody, and
Acknowledge me.
maybe he can go over on Kick and say what's up. If he goes over on Kick and says what's up, fucking we'll think about it, okay? All right, that's the deal. We better see a Kick chat come in from that motherfucker. So let's move along here. Part of me, it's dry out here. You know, the weather's getting nice, getting dry and shit. Just chewing on ice, guys. Sorry, that's gross. Okay, and other indie news, I guess, and controversial news. Steph DeLander says, I've been back on the indies for 4 weeks, and I've already been on multiple shows with zero water backstage for talent. Speaking of ice and water, right? There should be water available the entire show, included for talent in the main event, because we don't have the Matt Cardona making the indies a better place. Someone has to. So, yeah, I can't imagine you run a fucking indie show and there's no water. That seems crazy. But it's roughing it out there. You know, you got to pay all the boys, so no water. You drink from the tap. There's a hose out back. So, in other controversial news, though, more serious news, super ethereal, according to some people, Party Marty at WrestleMania. So Marty Scurll was at WrestleMania, and he goes, the only picks I took in Vegas need to do better. And he's with MVP. He's with Santino Marella. He's with, is that Paul Walter Hauser's younger brother? I don't know. And then he's with Chris Masters here. That's who that is, right? That's Chris, what's his name? Chris Adonis? Chris Adonis. Chris Adonis. So many goddamn wrestlers, you know, you just start pooping them, their fucking names out here. They all got 4 names too. But yeah, Marty Scurll. He's there hanging out with guys, and I'm sure people wanted to cancel him, and people are like, oh my God, why does he keep doing this? And it's like, those are his friends. You guys got to get over it. Like, they might as well just bring him back to AEW. How much more outrage could anybody get at this point, right? Like, if they're all going to hang out with the guy and he's going to post pictures and fucking have their fans melt down and shit anyways, just do it. Just go all the way with it. Like, we know you guys don't give a fuck. Just be real about it, you know? So Moving along here. What else? So after much reflection, this is from Roman Luca Crucifino. Okay, this is what I mean. All these motherfuckers got like 14 names. After much reflection, I've decided it's time to close this chapter of my life. Being a part of the WWE has been a dream ever since I was a child. Getting the chance to live out my dream in front of the world is something I'll never take for granted. To the fans, thank you for every cheer, boo, every moment of support. You made this journey unforgettable. And yeah, Luca Crucifino is just retiring from pro wrestling straight up. And I'm kind of shocked. Like, they put the D'Angelo family together. It worked really well. And then it just never really got revisited. They just sort of sent Crucifino off to Evolve. Stax was a big part of that TNA invasion. And then TNA versus NXT invasion. And then he sort of just fell back down the card. Rizzo's doing her Red Sauce Talks or whatever, Red Sauce Rants or whatever it's called. And then Tony D is about to drop the title to Evil, right? So we're going to see what happens with D'Angelo and Stax here. Like, do they get cut? You guys watching NXT, and there's a bunch of people debuting, and they just announced this new fucking TV thing right when the ratings were kind of slipping a little bit, it feels like. And the show's not that exciting. Boom, they just make NXT super exciting again. We're going to talk to that in a bit. But he retired, so a very short career. And again, that guy could just like take pictures with his shirt off on Instagram and make fucking money from A1 A Greens or whatever. Athletic Greens, that shit Joe Rogan, Alpha Brain, right? Speaking of being big brain, I don't know. Shane McMahon and Linda McMahon were present at, I guess, speaking of ex-WWE people, Shane McMahon and Linda McMahon were present at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night when gunshots were heard. Both of them could be seen in a CNN news report. So again, a situation happens where someone's taking shots at a WWE Hall of Famer, Donald Trump, right?
Wrestling's not fake!
And the McMahons are there. Dana White's on video being like, dude, this was fucking awesome and stuff. And it's like, what, dude? The world's gone mad. There's people with fucking conspiracy theories out the wazoo. Shane O'Mac, dude, you survived like a plane crash or a helicopter crash, didn't he? And then he fucking survived this. And he also was locked in a room for 20 minutes with Tony Khan, and he survived that brain beating. So, like, Jesus, dude, take care of yourself. You know what I mean? Lay low for a while, you know? So, and then Linda McMahon, we just saw her at the Hall of Fame. Speaking of relatives of pro wrestlers, The Undertaker's son, which I didn't even know this guy existed, I got to be honest. His son, Gunnar Calloway, streams almost every day on Twitch with over 70K followers. Shout him out.
Where exactly?
Cartoon Therapy, all one word.
And he's using Ko-fi or Ko-fi.com or whatever the fuck. And everyone's putting that over because it's this platform where like people can like super chat in to support people. And then you get these chats or whatever, but the creators get 100% of it. And that's really kick ass. So it's cool to see that. I've heard about it. Again, I'm like on Kick and shit. Hopefully that works out well. I don't know if there's anybody doing wrestling content on Kick. Not that familiar, but anyway, shout out Gunner. Go and check out his Twitch. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, it's Everyone is Welcome.
Show Gundy TTV. I assume that's what it is on Twitch.
It's a good time. It's a huge like artists supporting artists. We'd love to have you, dude. Seriously.
Yeah. So here's him spitting the same shit I am right now.
And thank you for the help.
Show you out, Gunner. You're a cool dude.
Cartoon Therapy. I will definitely be there.
Awesome. Hell yeah. Well, good luck. Thanks again. Yeah. You got it.
All right, bro. You have a good one, and I will see you there. What time is it?
5 Central. Yep, you guessed it. It's going to be Ming.
Oh, he's rocking flow right now, dude. He's got a gold duck right here, level 5.
It's going to be Ming. All that I do, I did it for you.
You don't want to lose it again. Yeah, was my friend. Sacred Fire. Boosh.
Okay, so what is this game where he's doing like fire moves with a gold duck? That's the real conspiracy, guys. I don't know. That's the real thing your boy Phil wants to know about. So, again, relatives of wrestlers, Randy Orton. We're just having fun tonight, guys. It's the return show. Randy Orton has a younger brother who does stand-up comedy, and he's actually hilarious. I, again, did not know this at all.
And how do you brag about having a famous sibling? It's just essentially it's my last name. You know, like, do I get on the phone with customer service? She's like, how do you spell that? I'm like, O is in Orton. R is in Randy Orton. T is in the Randy Orton. O is in, oh my God, is that Randy Orton?
Yo, that's a great bit. That's really a great
N is in, no, that's his brother.
That's awesome.
My brother is like 6'5", 240. I have scoliosis. I'm not even as tall as I am. My friends will like give me shit about it. They'll always say things to me like, if my brother was famous, I would brag about it. I'd get pussy, bro. They give me advice like, talk about your brother, get some pussy. It's like, yeah, by wrestling fans. You know, bust a nut between her teeth? Come on.
Let's go. Oh my God. Round of applause for Randy Orton's bruv. That is good stuff. Where's my applause? Goddamn applause break. Standing O. Standing O for Orton. Oh man. So in other famous people news, Nicole Kidman was rushed to the hospital after filming pro wrestling TV scene. So again, I forget what the show is called. It's like something has money troubles or something like that. Something has money problems is the name of the show. Something like that. Nicole Kidman's in it. Chris Jericho's in it. And I think that dude, what's his name? Nick Offerman is in it, and they play like retired pro wrestlers. So that's really cool. I'll probably check out the show, although I don't know what it's about beyond that, assuming they're washed up and they need some cash fast or whatever, you know what I mean? But she was rushed to the hospital, man. Pro wrestling's no joke, you know? And in a little MMA news crossover, you know, I dropped a video. Go and check it out if you guys haven't. I talked about Paul Walter Hauser's terrible ideas for AEW and WrestleCon when WWE's in Saudi for WrestleMania in 27. And one thing he talked about was the Casino Gauntlet Battle Royal and how AEW just need to do a Royal Rumble pay-per-view, like literally Royal Rumble. They need their own Battle Royal style pay-per-view, and it's just got to be the Royal Rumble. Like the Casino Gauntlet's good, but this is what Paul Walter Hauser's tweeting out and shit. Well, MMA pulled up, DWT, pulled up and said, hold my fucking beer. Here's a 10-man MMA Royal Rumble with no weight classes. Let's check it out.
Combate se detiene y los supervivientes continúan. Gritando que esto no sí, en Badalona va a pasar. Los árbitros, un momento, están los árbitros. Que dé comienzo el Battle Royale. No pueden pararlos ya.
So like immediately you see people aligned with each other. Like these two dudes teamed up. Now, how do you determine that? You all get signed up for it, and at the start, you just go, me and you are cool. Or maybe they trained together in the past. You know, they have a mutual coach or something.
Goliat, se tiene que detener. Goliat está yendo por todos. Pero ¿qué es este? Se tiene que detener.
Now, out of all the freak show MMA, a nice teep there. Oh, throwing hands. Out of all of the freak show, this is pro wrestling, of course, a Royal Rumble. Obviously a work, guys. But a Royal Rumble style, like this is cool because people aren't getting, it's not like we're going to put the world's strongest man against 4 midgets and see how many you can knock out in a row, or we're going to have a big fat dude fight a soccer mom. It's not like that, you know? This is, people are, I mean, it's shitty. Like, that happens, but when you cross that red line, you're done. Like, you're eliminated. So you're not really, like, you probably get fucked up worse in a one-on-one fight in the cage. Like, you know, if there was a cage there, you just get pinned up against the cage and beat on. So he just crossed the line. They save him. He probably got less brain damage than he would have if that was just a fight on like a regional scene, one-on-one, and he got put in that position, you know? So I actually don't mind this at all. But of course, this big giant guy lasts till near the end. And then this buddy gets brave and shoots a double. It's actually brilliant. He just... See, so like the dude shot the double, big guy sprawled on it, but he gets eliminated. I like that concept. This is the only freak show MMA thing. There's like MMA leagues where they fucking fight in a phone booth, literally. Night fighting is pretty cool. Pillow fighting is whatever. It's kind of stupid. But this kind of rules. I'd watch another one of these for sure. What they should do is get 10 countries involved in this, right? And then do 10 countries, 10 men. And then the winners of each go on to like the World Cup final. 10-man Royal Rumble. You do it once a year. And like you represent your nations. You know what I'm saying? That would be awesome. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, guys, I got an on-screen poll going. So wherever you're chatting, if you're 626 over on Kick, or you're on X, or you're in YouTube, put in chat 1 for Evil, 2 for Lizzy Rain, 3 for Will Kroos, 4 for Tristan Angels. Who do you think has the most upside out of last night's NXT debuts? So far, the votes are in that order. Percentage of who y'all think have the most upside. So make sure you guys are just voting 1, 2, 3, or 4. Lincoln Hawk for 5 says Kick is the NXT of PWT. Got to work up to the big show on YouTube these days. I love Kiana James. No blondes. Yeah, no, I know it's not the blondies, but you're always hating on. Yeah, I guess you like Kiana James. But yeah, you leave Lizzy Rain alone. She follows PWT confirmed, okay? So she's definitely a PWT wacko. Lebowski for 2 says Unkick 6. He's on Kick chatting. Yeah, I see him he showed up in fucking on Kick. Guys, join. Look, and Mike Sauce is over there too. Join people on Kick. You guys are signing up on Kick to check me out over there. I appreciate that. Round of applause to you guys. Yeah, let's get monetized on Kick. You know what I'm saying? That's the most upside for PWT. Damn Skippy. Okay, supports all around. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate chat blowing up with the 1s and 2s. Okay, so let's get into, we also have some TNA news. We're going to do ratings wars as well. Actually, that's, I think, what we're going to do. So on Memba Monday, I debuted a new segment, and it's a brief segment, and it's called Ratings Wars. And I decided just to put all of the ratings, attendances, and some little business anecdotes for all the feds in one folder in Phil Marks bookmarks. And I decided to do that because then we can just look at them and compare them right then and there and just go, here's who's winning. Here's who's fucking I'm going to give a bell to who's doing well, and I'm going to give a fucking trombone flop to who's shit in the bed, okay? So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the PWT live show debut of Ratings Wars. Where the fuck is, I don't know where any of my sounds are, dude. Take a week off and I go full redact and I forget where the fuck all my sounds are. Where's my goddamn war sounds? Here we go. Ratings Wars. Mania. Cue the clown music. Botchamania. Little B marks. The B is for botch. It's time for ratings wars, guys. So again, we start outside of WWE. We kind of work our way up. TNA Impact last Thursday, one of their shittiest ratings, 175K, 0.03 in the key demo. On some of their best ratings, they do about a 0.04 in the key demo. So the key demo's there, that same number, but you want to grow that, obviously. Of course, there's tons of playoffs on. Oilers came back, had a good fucking win there last night, and on the brink of defeat, came back, got to win 2 more here. But, you know, there's tons of good sports going on right now. And I'm not shocked that Impact has dropped below 200,000, but I don't know if I expected it to be 175. Do you guys know what I'm saying? It was a little, that one's tough to look at. And also, they're going head-to-head with Collision. Collision's beat them a couple times. I was really hoping that wouldn't be the case. But again, some of that momentum kind of lost. Like, on AMC, they're doing well, but the aura of the pay-per-views and the excitement and shit, I think, just fell off a little bit. But TNA's doing good shit, and they're just focusing on their core guys, and that's going to pay off in the long run. Definitely. And there's a bunch of WWE releases. I'm not saying bring everybody in, but bring in a couple guys for sure. Maybe work a deal out with WWE where they can keep their names or help them facilitate that, where some of these guys can keep their gimmicks even, because that could help TNA. You know, what won't help them is if they bring in like whatever the equivalent of Stevie Richards is, and then they make him like Dr. Richards, Stevie Richards or whatever. Like, don't do that. Just like Elias is Elijah. Okay. Right? He plays the guitar and shit. We can take that. If Aleister Black and Zelina Vega showed up, that would be really cool. And I think that would help them out a bunch. And I think Black and Mustafa Ali would do some amazing shit together for that world title. I think those two in particular, you put them in a program together, and you have Mustafa Ali, and I think he has Tasha Steelz is her name. Sorry if I butchered that, in his crew, right? And then you have Zelina Vega, and she started in TNA, but who knows? Maybe Tone gives them both money. I doubt it. The way Dave's talking and shit. Maybe, I don't know, where do you want to see Aleister Black? In MLW, he'd be cool, but again, they got Cross and Scarlett, unless they do a program or they faction up. And then like Zelina and Scarlett fucking tag team up on the indies, and then Cross and Black tag team up on the indies while they both go off on their side quests and all that shit. That could be a good team, you know? Them versus the Dijak and Corbin in MLW or something. That'd be good shit, pal. Maybe that's played out. I don't know, but what do you do, right? You need to, he was getting paid well, and Zelina Vega was as well. So, and I mean, she could just realistically probably stream on Twitch if she wanted to and not do shit. But obviously Black was, obviously Black wants to wrestle. Like, that's apparently, allegedly, these are the rumors floating around. Okay, guys?
Allegedly.
But allegedly Black was like complaining loudly, and that's why he last minute wasn't involved in WrestleMania, and they just like chalked him up to cuts. That could all be bullshit. I'm not trying to bury the fucking guy. But yeah, I don't know. Everybody's insisting that they would never have him back in AEW, and he just didn't want to eat pins, and he burned the bridges, and it seems like he might have some sort of heat backstage, or they just looked at, I'm just going to chalk it up to this, though. They looked at what some of these people cost. They asked Triple H, honestly, how much are you using this guy? Okay, Malachi Black, you're paying, or Aleister Black, you're paying him this much, and he was on SmackDown and main evented with Priest how many times, and what did his ratings do? And what did the overall, what's his merch at? Okay, fuck it, not worth it. Cut him. That could be it too. And I'm just going to chalk it up to that, because everything else is just rumors until we hear otherwise. But yeah, so we move along here. 175K, not so great. Okay, Collision last Saturday, back on Saturday, 0.05 in the key demo. So again, TNA, they do about a 0.04. So for Collision, people look at 397 and go, oh, strong number for Collision still. But that key demo, bro, like that key demo is close for TNA. So I wanted to highlight that. But, oh, yeah, I give TNA a trombone flop for sure. Collision, I will give a big old this is great too. Because, I mean, whatever, 400,000. Like, I thought it would be way less than that watching Collision at this point. But I give Tone credit for when I said they should have split it up into 2 shows, he doubled down on, like, no, we're going to make sure that beats to the Dynamite stories happen on Collision. And that was probably the right move. But this won't salvage anything. I need everybody to understand something. There's no salvaging the Paramount thing, okay? They're talking about getting Jimmy Kimmel thrown off the air again. 2 times, right? So it's just that group of people. Tone pissed a bunch of them off, and that's just reality. He's going to have to... Stupid idiot! As far as that TV deal is concerned, you know? So... that's why my AEW got rolled out. I'm so fucking positive of that. Because in case he doesn't land anywhere, boom, you just go, just like your boy Phil and PWT's on Kick, boom, right there. You can you can go check out my AEW and check out AEW. All they got to do is hit the fucking North America switch, the North America button or whatever, and you'll get access to everything. And they're just bulking up that library in the back rooms on the back end there. But yeah, shout out Collision. They did okay. Raj Giri said tied its lowest 18-49 since Nielsen updated their methodology for last Saturday's episode. So again, that key demo down 38%. Holy shit. From the prior week too. It was tied with 13 other shows, ranked 58 for the night in cable. The audience was the lowest for its time slot. Year over year, Collision was down 44% in total viewers. Ugh. Oh, that's brutal. And I'm sitting here going, yeah, good number. But it's like a trick, though. Because it's like, yeah, I thought there would be like 150,000 people watching Collision. Like, you guys remember what happened to Rampage? I thought that for surely was going to happen to Collision come this time. So the fact they even do around 400,000, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. But then you look, it's down 44%. It's like, oof, dude, that's rough. And the key demo's down 76%. You might as well just wash your hands of it. Might as well just be done with key demos. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's the key demo. So tonight, and Dynamite's about to be on the air, they did sell in Fairfax, Virginia, 5,283 tickets. They're set up for 5,500. It's likely sold out. The setup's sold out. This building here has 9,700 seats on the map. So they did over half of this building, which is good. There's still going to be large sections empty. But the last time they were there, they did 4,300. So, I mean, dude, again, we're going to give points to the best guy.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Tone's my friend now. After a week break, Tone's my friend. So he's doing okay. What's making them draw this? Maybe people are curious. Maybe the cheap ticket game is paying off. And I'm all down for that. My criticism of them going cheap tickets, was that Tone tried to gouge, right? He got accused of the same shit. He was price gouging. And also, they did the whole Wagyu beef cope and the whole... they're trying to like appeal to casuals with cheap tickets. And it's like your whole fan base has ran off every casual ever. Now you're slowly trying to garner them back, which I hope they do. But again, let's be realistic here. If they're not on TBS TNT, I don't even know if that'll hurt them that much. They'll have to ramp up the marketing like outside of television though. And social media, YouTube and shit won't be enough. You'll just become like MLW or whatever, which isn't a bad thing, but it's like Tone will have to get creative with his marketing or like pay himself to be because, okay, the rumors are with Tone and WBD as well as that, like, he puts his own money up for a bunch of shit. Like, they're at no loss. It's just a net, like, when they go upwards 185 million, like, that's not all cash, and they didn't give him the whole 185 million, and they're, like, invested in it. And so my theory's always been they're just peeling off the top. So they just probably, no matter what's the gate or what's the pay-per-view buys? Okay, we get 5% of that or whatever. I don't know. That's just me speculating. But I'm sure they had some sort of wonky deal worked out like that, because otherwise it's like AEW's somewhat of an anomaly, you know? But perhaps Tone could, like, work out some I don't know. I just don't see him giving up on this and just accepting YouTube in my AEW, maybe for like a few months, and then he'll be like, we landed a deal on whatever. I just don't know what yet. People say Amazon, who fucking knows? Maybe they're like, nah. Roku. He'll be on Roku and Tubi in no time. But yeah, good for them, dude. Their attendance is good, and hopefully the crowd is hot. It's good for a Dynamite in 2026. It's good. You know, a couple years ago, I don't think they'd be doing this for Dynamites. And they've done this a few times, like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 4,000 in that range. They were in Cali, they did 5,000. Of course, because Dave brought out the freaks and all that. So in other news, though, we get to WWE news here. And SmackDown did 1.267 million and a 0.32 in the key demo. Now, those ratings are pretty not good. Meanwhile, Roman over on, well, let's read this from Raj Giri. The post-WrestleMania episode of SmackDown took a hit against the draft. So, okay, the draft's on. Down 20%, down 24% in the key demo. The audience was the lowest on USA since the January 30th, 26, when Nielsen updated their methodology. Year over year, SmackDown was down 21%. 18 to 49 was down 37. Yeah, that's not good, man. That's not good. But the NFL draft was on. The NFL draft drew like the most attendees I think it ever had. And sports are on fire right now, dude. The NHL playoffs are crazy. ESPN's just mishandling hockey. It could be so much bigger. And they're just like choosing not to fuck with it for whatever reason. So we move along here and we talk about Netflix, because this is the streaming numbers, folks. So this is where I think it more matters. This is what things are geared towards in 2026. As expected, the post-WrestleMania episode of WWE Raw garnered the most Netflix views in a year. Since last year's post-Mania show, Raw averaged 3.3 million viewers, up 14% from the prior week, with 6.6 million hours viewed, up 18%. The views were the fourth highest in the show's history on Netflix, behind last year's post-Mania show and the first two episodes on Netflix. The show ranked number 4 worldwide, up from 5 the prior week and 4 in the U.S. Year over year, Raw was down 8%. Damn, while the hours viewed were down 24%. So WWE, oh yeah, AEW, I wanted to give them a, this is great. Forgetting my new bit here. And WWE for Raw and SmackDown, although it's not the end of the world, I am giving them trombone flop here. Like, I get the drafts on and all this shit, but like, you can't be losing a quarter of the audience. You know what I mean? Where the fuck did they go? They're just not as interested after Adamania, which TKO is adjusting for. We'll talk about it in WWE news, but pardon me. Roger Geary posted this. And I watched this. I should do a video. I might make a video. Everybody made a video on it, though. I might be behind the times, the Pro Wrestle Times on this one, chat. But the Hulk Hogan Real American 4-part documentary got off to a good start with 3 million views and 12.3 million hours viewed per Netflix data. The series ranked number 5 globally for the week on Netflix and 5 in the U.S., right behind the post-WrestleMania episode of Raw. So Hogan can draw what Raw draws. And this is the sort of thing when it's a documentary on Hulk Hogan, like everybody wants to watch it, even if you're not a diehard wrestling fan. Like even my wife is like, we got to watch, like, don't watch any more without me, you know? She's like, here, we'll finish the last 2 episodes tomorrow or whatever. So when she's saying that, you know, the impact Hulk Hogan has, then it reflects in the numbers. Now, Dave Meltzer is coping and spent like 2 days coping. That is going to be the topic of discussion tomorrow on Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
He's talking about Ricky Dozan and all this shit. But yeah, shout out Hulk Hogan's Real American Doc. It's really good. And it's not your typical like WWE fluff piece type docuseries either. But obviously they leave out a bunch of shit. But how much can you fit in approximately 4 hours? Right? And they also like Hulk still to the day he dies, man. He's in kayfabe. He's in gimmick. He's fucking... he misremembers shit, or he's telling stories that, you know, there's some fucking embellishments in there and whatnot. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was Ratings Wars. Okay, I'm getting Dynamite pulled up here, chat. We have the Dynamite card that I'm also going to pull up here as the show is about to get underway. And we will keep an eye on it. I'm keeping an eye on that poll, too. We're going to end it when we do WWE news. Lebowski for 626 says, so basically 626 is the OG on Kick, but somehow still banned here. Come on. Oh, come on, Phil. That's not very fair. Yeah, guy, I'm on the air. Like, I'm not, I'll do YouTube studio shit after the show. Okay. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support, and 626 should be thanking you as well. Lincoln Hawk gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Oh my God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you for the huge support. I acknowledge you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, 626 over on Kick. Holding it down in fucking Kickland, bro. And yeah, Dynamite is about to go down. Someone who knows a little bit about Dynamite, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
I mean, what can I say? AEW starting with a brilliant recap package. And if they start more shows like this, and if they continue to incorporate these like recaps, it will only benefit them in the long run. So MJF is making his way out. We got Taz, Excalibur, and Tony Schiavone, Shivani on commentary, and we are about to get into. I think we have a bit of TNA news. We'll do TNA news, then we'll get into AEW news, WWE news, all the good shit. So let's get into, let's look at this Dynamite. We got Darby Allin versus Brody King. We got Kevin Knight versus MJF. We got Okada versus Ace Austin. So just a bunch of wrestling here. Hikaru Shida and Statlander versus the Divine Dominion. Cajun Cope versus Roppongi Vice. I just don't like this because they did retirement angles with Trent Beretta and all this shit. And then they're just going to get a win over them. I mean, this is a Tony Khan fantasy mark dream match here. Oh, it's the greatest thing. Dave taught me about this. It's great. Roppongi Vice versus Edge and Christian. I mean, Cajun Cope. And then the Brawling Birds are going to be fighting. That'll be good. Roosh is back. He's been getting more TV time. All is good. And I'm glad that they're doing houses with Darby at the helm. But it is pretty crazy. MJF's just getting another title shot. But maybe Tone puts the TNT title on MJF. They continue the trend of increased ratings in hopes that, I think Tone's holding out that he's going to be kept on TNT and shit when the merger goes down. Or Kevin Knight beats him, or it ends in a schmoz. I'm not sure. Obviously, I just laid out every scenario, but what else are they going to do? Knight beats MJF, or it's a schmoz. No one wants that. MJF beats this guy for the TNT title, and they try and salvage it. I don't know. I don't think that's the way to go, no matter what. Over 200 watching. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. And you can super chat in like everybody's been doing tonight. You can gift a membership, or memberships are only 99 cents. Those are my shills. Those are my pitches here tonight. There's some shit going on the outside of the ring. Is that a fan hitting the... Oh, no, that's his long-ass scarf. Okay, I was like, did a fan fall over the barricade? And if you're on Kick, say what's up. Yeah, here you go. Here's the Kick right here. So you guys go and kick it with Mike Sauce and 626 over on Kick. So, ladies and gentlemen, do we have TNA news? We might as well get into some TNA news because it's not that it's piled up, but there is just some older shit. So everybody dust off the old banjos, because it is time for TNA news. So Tommy Dreamer and Carlos Silva welcome ODB into the TNA Hall of Fame, and fans have been pitching for her to get a shot at being an entrant in the Royal Rumble, one time appearing in WWE before all's said and done. And ODB was on the first season of Tough Enough on the tryouts. She was in the first episode, and they didn't go with her. And she is a TNA OG. Like, everybody remembers ODB. He was one of the standout knockouts.
Gentlemen, Big Al.
And her gimmick, I mean... it wouldn't work in WWE back then. Nowadays, they'd be like, oh, this gimmick rules. But she wrote a book, and everybody go and check it out and buy that book. She not only wrote a book, but she's like retiring, so they're not going to bring her in. Maybe one. If they did it in like the Royal Rumble, just a one and done. Someone tosses her out. She comes out, gets the pop, does her little shtick, maybe cracks a beer with someone. I don't know who else could be in the ring that she could do, like a beer, cheers a beer with me. And then maybe she like spits beer in someone's face, and then they throw, like, she doesn't eliminate anyone. She comes in, she gets a pop, see if there's a pop. She spits beer in someone's face. The person she spits beer in the face of, someone else throws that person out. You know what I mean? And then ODB's like, yeah. And then like, oh, we're friends, right? And then, like, let's say it's Rhea Ripley, then she throws ODB out as well, and then all the heat's on. Boo! That's what you do with ODB. You just give her the one-off. You don't need to do anything crazy or significant with it. because it's significant as it is. And she also lost this match, and then Ash by Elegance was like rubbing her tits at ODB, like doing the ODB titty suck it motion. And that was like really weird. And then they like all come out and then announce she's in the Hall of Fame, and that made it better. But let's not forget how awkward the end of the match was for some reason because of Ash by Elegance. But yeah, shout out ODB. Yeah, you know me. But one thing that went down as well was Carlos Silva got fucking booed in Cleveland on the TNA Countdown show. And this was right after all of the roster stuff went down, which we're about to talk about. We're about to talk about. That's why I kicked your leg from your leg, Brett.
See everybody.
That's why we're about to talk about what we talked about, Brett.
See you here in Cleveland.
Carlos, just a few days ago, we announced the remainder of our 2026 events.
Hey, great to see you, Tom. Good to see
just
everybody.
a smattering of boos, like not even that many. And so Carlos Silva actually addressed the shit that went down. He addressed pulling TNA talent, and he just said from these AEW matches or whatever, and versus AEW on the Indies matches, and he says it was super tough. And look, all these business decisions are tough. I don't like being called a little bitch on social any more than anyone does, but it's okay. You do take the goods with the bads, and you got to make some hard decisions. My job sometimes is to make the hard decisions. And the fans, and for all of you, our locker room, we are going to make decisions that are good for TNA, and we got to protect TNA. As Kevin Plank and Under Armour used to say, you got to protect this house, and it's a real slogan. We've had some other folks come at us and say they've moved into our nights. They've made some decisions. We tried to block us they've tried to block us in arenas and venues. That stuff's real, and it's out there, and it's okay because everyone's got to make the decision. So he's copping to what I'm reading. He's copping to, he was pissed that they went on Thursday. Well, Carlos, buddy, what did you think was going to happen? But one thing that's revealed here, and you don't see all the goober ass dirt sheets going, oh my God, fucking AEW blocking TNA from using buildings. But there you go. When everybody goes, AEW's being victimized by WWE. Buddy, they'll do the same shit in a heartbeat. Okay? And I like that this is getting exposed more.
Wrestling's not fake!
So he says, we're very thoughtful about them. We try to do the best, blah, blah, blah. It was my decision. I take full ownership. I've got a great team. Yeah, who gives it? You don't got to answer to shit. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, you fucking beat the boss. Hey, if Tone did this, maybe shit, he wouldn't be worried about this fucking Paramount deal and Hotshot booking titles on people. Okay? Like Tone, I yelled about this in one of my YouTube videos here recently that has to do with Paul Walter Hauser and Tony Khan and WrestleCon and WrestleMania next year and all of that. And I talk about how, go and check it out if you haven't yet. It's not a clip from a pod or anything. It's just an original video with some edits. You guys are eating those up, so I'm going to be making more of those. But I talk about how MJF, like, when he goes to wrestle on the indies, you can't do WrestleCon just because WrestleMania is in Saudi. Like, what if WrestleMania went to Toronto again? Would you do your own WrestleCon that weekend and melt down because, oh, America? Like, it's just the dumbest thing. It doesn't work because people can just pay $40 and watch MJF wrestle Zilla Fatu at a HOG show. Why would they pay $400 to watch him wrestle at All In and pay fucking extra on the food and everything? Like, you're paying those prices for fucking All In Texas Texan barbecue and fucking like Wembley. What are they charging for like bottles of water there and shit? Probably an astronomical amount, which is their prerogative. Like, that's what arenas do and shit. That's what stadiums and shit do. But I can watch MJF wrestle for the world title on random indie shows. Will Ospreay runs out on Michael Oku in the UK, bruv. Why am I going to pay to go to Wembley? Like, it's just silly, and they don't really think about this shit. So shout out Carlos Silva. And these people got pulled from matches, but they just wrestled other people. They just couldn't wrestle those certain people. And it's not like Tone isn't above that. He would do the same shit. And speaking of the same shit, Broken Matt Hardy returned. Yes. I will delete Carlos Silva. No. But here's what Matt Hardy, he appeared on Ariel Helwani's Solo Dolo here. And he broke down the current relationship with WWE and TNA. And he also said that those matches with AEW guys should have never been booked in the first place, because when you do that, yeah, it just falls on you and it's shitty for the boys and everyone involved. So they just should have like crossed their T's and dotted their lowercase J's before they went ahead and signed matches on that weren't going to come to fruition, you know?
Enough. How are
shout out the Ariel Helwani show. Shout out the boys in the back, and Uncrowned.
things with WWE right now? Because there was a time where it was like hot and heavy TNA on NXT and vice versa.
Right.
A little less so these days. So how would you describe the relationship?
Yeah, I mean, I would say a lot of that is probably because it was WrestleMania season and everything was focused towards WrestleMania, and then WrestleMania now has come and it is gone, and they kind of cleaned house a little bit. They called a lot of people up from NXT and they kind of reset. I would imagine the TNA WWE / NXT relationship will probably heat back up a little bit going forward. And one thing I can say that I am very happy.
We'll talk about in a bit too how what NXT's doing is actually low-key brilliant. And it all just sort of played out this week. A bunch of hype on NXT again. We'll talk about that in a bit.
We signed a contract with WWE to be in the video games coming up. We're in WWE 2K26, and we're going to be doing the video games coming up for the immediate future. And we're talking about doing more merchandising stuff. Because, I mean, when it's all said and done, we're like a WWE legacy act. Of course. I don't think anybody will dispute that. And I like being able to be at TNA, be in a position where we can contribute, we can work with younger talent, new talent, we can still stay relevant, we can still be involved in something that feels important with what we're doing on TNA, but then crossing over and still having merchandise and doing stuff with WWE. Because I do love WWE. Like I've said this, I said in a post just recently, we have two homes. WWE was like our childhood home. If it wasn't for WWE and Vince McMahon allowing myself and Jeff to do what we did as the Hardy Boys and giving us an opportunity to have this tag team ladder match, which
when they were like 16 and shit. That's a shoot.
Became a tables match. Which
the boys just love keeping these guys around, like Matt and Jeff, right? And like a bunch of people took to them. And Jeff, I think, was like 16 doing those fucking jobber matches on WWF.
This TLC concept, and we became famous there with WWE. We wouldn't be who we are. But TNA is also our home, because if it wasn't for TNA, I wouldn't have got to roll the dice on myself and try and do this insane concept called Broken Matt Hardy, and Brother Nero and the Broken Universe, which totally rejuvenated our career and led us back to WWE when it was all said and done. So we definitely feel like we have two homes. WWE is our childhood home, and I think TNA is more of our adult home.
Yeah, their adult home. There you go. And yeah, they're signing these like licensing, merchandising deals. That's all good. That's what's best for business, daddy. Speaking of the video games, Rabid Wolverine Elsie Killer 17 for 5 says, I got my copy of WWE 2K26. Positive, the gameplay is good. The negative is the ringside pass. Yeah, dude. I've been playing it. So I got both of the tiers done, but they gave me like 20 free tiers or whatever. And my biggest gripe is like, but I actually don't know. I actually kind of enjoy it. And maybe they thought of this and people are just too fickle, or they just want to play something to death. But I like took a break. Like I maxed out my thing and then I like stopped playing 2K26. Cause what am I going to play My Rise and just have like my RXP sitting there? Like it doesn't carry over to the next battle pass or premium pass or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. They should just bring like the WWE shop thing back and make it so it's fair. If you want to grind, it's easy to grind, quote unquote, VC to buy shit. But also if you want to pay, you can just buy a bunch of VC and unlock the shit if you want. Maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know. I didn't really like it, but they listened to the fans and they fixed it. And yeah, I'm just busy waiting for like Danhausen and the Hardy Boys to drop in shit. And I just haven't been playing it too much because it's like, okay, I maxed out this battle pass. I don't want to do anything else on the game because I don't want the RXP to just go into the void. So I don't know if that's the right way to approach it and shit, but I should start like an online GM. I'll hit you guys up in Discord. You guys, I've been more active in Discord and whatnot. And thank you so much. So Hold on, chat saying yes, your RXP does carry over. When I began the second battle pass, I was at level 21. No, good sir. So what they did, because everybody was mad, see, a lot of people thought that, but that's actually not the case. So the next battle pass, you won't be at level 20. So what happened was, because everyone was so mad about it, they made it to where you earn the RXP like way quicker, like you level up way faster now, and they made it so that all the DLC comes out tier 1. So you don't unlock DLC throughout the fucking tiers or whatever. And they gave everybody 20 free fucking tiers on the second battle pass. So the third one, you're gonna have to start from 1 and go to 40. Right? So I sleuthed it, I looked into it. But you know what they did? They dropped NBA 2K26 on fucking Game Pass. So I've been playing that. And fucking shout out all the PlayStation people coming over to Xbox. That's what's up, you know? Like, I knew it, dude. PlayStation just went nutty. They got their 30-day fucking, if you're not on the internet in 30 days, which, like, who isn't on the internet, but just, like, what happens if you're not, like, you buy it, you should just have access to a fucking game. You know, you should be able to play it offline if you want. And they just make that not possible. I don't know. That's gamer talk. That's a whole other show. So we have a little bit more TNA news, y'all. So AEW Forbidden Door and TNA Slammiversary are both scheduled for June 28th. Speaking of the battle between AEW and TNA right now, they're both scheduled for June 28th. Now, as it stands, they're going head-to-head. Forbidden Door is going to outdraw it for sure. Tone worked really hard to make sure that New Japan, CMLL, and Stardom are all a part of it again. No sign of Ring of Honor, which kind of stinks. Slammiversary is the SummerSlam, if you will, or the WrestleMania, depending who you ask, for TNA. Okay? Bound for Glory, I think, is more their WrestleMania show now. If you want to compare it to anything, it's their Starrcade. But Slammiversary is either their WrestleMania show or like their SummerSlam show. It's like their second show, big show. The same way in AEW, it's all in and it's double or nothing. So Forbidden Door is going to outdraw it. More people will watch it. I say just go head to head. Fuck it. It's not like TNA aren't going to draw their people on like TNA Plus or wherever they serve it. Like I bet both companies will do around the same number. There's not going to be like there's not going to be contention here. Maybe there is, and that'll make things more interesting. But it'll be curious to see like the IWC and what's trending and shit like that. You know, that's what I'm interested. All the meltdowns, people comparing segment by segment. That's what I'm going to do. It's going to be awesome. And so we'll see if anybody moves times. Again, Dave Meltzer loves when AEW moves times against WWE, and he's like, oh, WWE gets beat up and they learn their lesson, Brian. But he won't say the same shit about TNA. He'll be glazing how they're going head-to-head and all this shit. He'll say all this hypocritical stuff. Watch, it's going to happen. But with that being said, I'm pumped this is happening. We're going to get more and more and more TNA and AEW head-to-head stuff. And TNA is going to try and book a strong show, but they can't just rely on like, oh, here's again like a WWE guy who like AJ Styles does an entrance or whatever. They're going to have to really book strong stories going into that. Maybe a couple shock signings, but again, that'll just be classic TNA. But that's AEW too. Everyone does that. The shocking holy shit signing. WWE just did that on NXT. So, that being said, this AEW show with all the crossover, I mean, it's only going to sell a little bit less than like Dynasty and shit like that. So what does that really say about the state of AEW right now? I don't know. Persephone's featured on here. A lot of people think Persephone is going to be Well, some people were like, she might get poached by AAA or she might go to WWE or something like that. We might see her in NXT. She just got pinned by Sky Blue out of nowhere, but a lot of people think she's just in AEW. So, we move along here in TNA news. I'm just listening to MJF, guys. So he's talking about his Triple B. He attacked Kevin Knight. He didn't win the title. I thought they might have just hot shot booked MJF on that shit, but they're going to carry his stuff out with Darby. And he wants his rematch. And I predicted Darby will just drop the title back to MJF before All In. And then they'll just do the Ospreay MJF or like whatever match they had planned, whatever match everybody wants to see. It'll still be that. Like Darby's not going to get a lengthy run to All In. He'll just drop it to MJF again. And don't be shocked if Samoa Joe gets in the mix. But again, they're just locked in on the storytelling stuff. And so we're going to get a champ versus champ match with Darby and Kevin Knight. So now Brody King. See, I like what AEW's doing, man. They're like using their guys and shit, you know? That's what they got to be doing. Hold up. I'm actually locked in. Let's go. This Dynamite's been pretty goddamn good. I'm not a big fan of Darby as champ. I got to be honest. Like, I'm really not a fan of it. So these guys need to cut promos, not do the match now, do it later. Okay, that was the right thing to do again. Oh, they just got to fix commentary and the aesthetic and the stage and the ropes and everything, man. They got to find their own look that you look at and you don't just go, oh, like low tier WWE. They need to figure out what it is, but they got to change it up. I'm surprised they stuck with this rainbow shit for so long. You know? Okay, now I wouldn't go into a vignette about these guys yet. Now they're fucking up, okay? You don't go into a package of Darby. We just got a little Darby, Brody. You do this after the commercial or you do this a little later. You know, you do this before their match, like the commercial break. You do it at the commercial break before their match and say, up next, this match, stay tuned. That's what the fuck you do. Now they're fucking up here with the formatting. They were good for about half an hour, the first half hour gold. Not that this package is bad, but it's like it's ill-placed, you know? Okay. No, they should. Okay, so they should have ran this graphic right after Brody walked out, and then they should have ran that at the right before the commercial, before the main event. Don't go anywhere. The main event is up next. Anyways, just some notes for Tone. Tone's notes. Tone's my guy. So we head back over TNA news here. Let's rip through this. TNA Lockdown returns for the first time in over a decade, so it'll only be 4 sides of steel, but that's all good. The whole pay-per-view's in a cage. They got to do one event a year where the whole pay-per-view is in a 6-sided ring. Just one event a year. Pick one of their marquee pay-per-views and just do that one. And then figure out some sort of like you do like a 4-way or a 3-way Survivor Series type match every year as well at that show or something like that. Yeah, so TNA Lockdown's coming back. Mustafa Ali announced he'll be doing open challenges. Any indie wrestler, anybody can challenge him. Joseph Park. So we saw the Monster Abyss, but now Joseph Park is back in TNA and he appears in the Undead Realm.
Okay, I'm here, but have you seen my brother Chris? You know, Abyss.
Yes, we know, Joseph. Good to see you too.
Smack me in the face and call me George Hackenschmidt. Oh my God, it's good to see you.
It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, did everything go through with the...
So, like, are these just skits? Like, are they going to wrestle? Is Rosemary going to wrestle anybody? Am I not seeing her matches and shit because I'm not watching TNA every week? Probably. Speaking of shit that you didn't see coming, and shout out Cruel, but this is how you handle a drunk asshole, okay? Cruel, take some fucking notes. A drunk fan ran on stage during Elijah, a.k.a. Elias's set. Let's see what happens. Crowd didn't react because they don't realize that was a work. And clearly that guy was a plant. You've been working at this plant so long, you a plant. You guys remember 8 Mile? Guys remember that movie from the 70s? So yeah, people are playing slots, it looks like, or maybe not. Maybe they're just watching sports, but
How about this? Get him out of here!
or maybe that wasn't a work. I don't know, because someone's playing a new guitar and they dragged his ass out. Maybe I'm getting worked.
What are you doing?
LW marks the W is
How about this?
work.
Get him out of here!
Live at home in a trailer. What on earth am I gonna do? Yo, 8 Mile, Mom Spaghetti. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. Let's fucking go. Pick some strings, dude. Play us off. Let's go. This is Elijah playing these drops here. Oh, Edge is like, oh, you know, considering your I quit record, your I quit match record there, bud. Holy, bud. Kind of accepted that kind of quickly there, buddy. Cope and Cage can never team again if they lose at the pay-per-view. So we have the Brawling Birds doing their thing. We're about to get into AEW news, guys. People were lying on AEW in Tone's good name. And we have some funny stuff. We have NFL draft stuff. We have Jungle Boy cringe. We have them ripping more shit blatantly off from WWE. We have Young Bucks cringe. Oh boy, is this a jam-packed AEW news here. Excalibur, oh, she's been dinged up. She's been really dinged up there, Tony Schiavone. Bloody, she's like, bloody hell. Bloody hell. Tag me. So, guys, make sure there's over 200 watching across the land. Make sure you guys are voting 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat. Who do you think has the most upside out of last night's NXT debuts? We're going to talk about WWE in a little bit. 1 for Evil, 2 for Lizzy Rain, 3 for Will Kroos, 4 for Tristan Angels. Just put a 1, 2, 3, or 4 wherever you're watching in chat. Vote in that poll. I'm going to end it when we get into WWE news. So, ladies and gentlemen, where do we start with this? Where do we start with this? We'll just start with little thises and that's news. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody all together, brought to you by patreon.com/pro wrestle times. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. And it's Tony time. The best guy's Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
And of course, it's AEW. And of course, Ichi Nissan. How could we do AEW news without Ichi Nissan dying? So Kevin Knight, Will Ospreay, and Alex Windsor linked up with the Jabberwockies there in Las Vegas.
Oh my God. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, Kevin Knight kind of rules, dude. He just got a big win over MJF. Tone wants to push him because he was repeating Dave Meltzer, and Tone was like, well, Kevin Knight's a top guy. I see him as a top world champion. It's like, bro, he's a TNT champ, and he's not a top guy. Like, what do you mean? What does that even mean? And Dave, and I said it too when Dave was saying that. I mean, he's a top guy. He's like a top guy, but not a top guy. Not a top guy. And I was like, him and Tone just like text each other, calling every guy a top guy. So then the guys, because everyone in AEW is a top guy and the best guy. So from there, you can just become the top guy or the top guy or the top guy. Right? And Tone just confirmed that shit. So we move along here. In AEW, they've been doing some goofy shit. Well, Triller TV confirmed that AEW Plus is being discontinued. AEW and ROH pay-per-views are no longer available to purchase on the platform. Triller's dying, and AEW has my AEW, so they might as well just use that. But Chris Jericho returned. He's doing a bunch of goofy shit, and he filed to trademark the guy who gets his ass beat by the Demand every week that he shows up. And then literally, so he's just turning his booking into a gimmick, and he just loses to Ricochet every week. I don't know if I have video evidence of it, but believe you me, he's just, he lost to him at the pay-per-view. They're calling it the Rico Salt, the Lion Salt, right? One of the most beloved moves. They call it the Rico Salt. Which Rico Salt sounds like something he did to his bum after shooting one of those weird videos and during COVID or whatever, dude. Sounds like something you put on a bum rash or something. I don't know. But it's kind of silly. And another thing that's silly is like if Cope and Cage don't beat FTR at this pay-per-view, then they'll retire, which I think they're backtracking on now, and they're saying they'll never team again. So at first I'm like, well, they're both not going to retire unless both their deals are up or some shit. And then it goes to they won't ever team again. So does that mean they're fucking losing again? And they're not teaming ho anymore? You need to have, like, you have Edge and Christian in your company. You better put the tag straps on them one time, or else you're fucking cooked, buddy. So I think they'll win the tag straps. I'm not saying they're going to hold them for a long time. I think it's time we see a Cope and Cage reunion, an E&C reunion in WWE before all's said and done. And what do I mean by that? Just like a Hall of Fame induction and They don't even need to wrestle or anything. Like, they can do what the Hardys did that one year where they came out for that ladder match. You know what I mean? They can do that at this WrestleMania if their deals are up or whatever. Because why else would they be retiring again? They're winning the titles. That's what it is. And it's a little too late, unless they win the titles and then they have the Bucks take them off them. Or, yeah, they do the three-way thing with the Bucks, FTR, and Cage and Cope, and then they don't get pinned. The Bucks like pull the titles down at All In. Right? So that could happen. They do like a TLC deal or whatever. So speaking of doing the deal, here's Big Boom AJ and Big Justice AJ or whatever the fuck their names are. And they cut a little promo, made a little video here. Totally not dead behind the eyes video for Darby Allin, your AEW World Champion, which still just feels weird saying and not in a good way.
Help us congratulate our man Darby Allin on winning the AEW
Not in a Jinder Mahal way, but in like a David Arquette way, and I'm not joking.
World Championship.
Darby Allin puts it all out on the line every time he gets into the ring for AEW and AEW fans. It was so awesome to see him win the World Championship in front of his hometown. So leave Darby a message right here, and we'll make sure he gets it.
Darby Allin gets 5 big booms.
Boom, 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 boom.
Help us congratulate our man Darby Allin on winning the AEW World Championship.
Darby Allin.
Hell yeah. Totally didn't have to contractually do that as part of their deal with AEW. Speaking of deals with AEW, what's the deal with these marks? Bro, Will Washington and Tony Khan are marks, bro, but I let me, hand to God, bro, let me tell you, bro, I have never made fun of Will Washington in my life. Bro, I don't even know the guy. So again, man, Will Washington notoriously has Tone's ear. His pod is no longer existent because it was just wrestlers going on there discussing nothing compelling, towing the line and glazing Will Washington while Aubrey Edwards did what she does while she refs matches and just is distracting everybody. But yeah, he's one of these guys that Tone listens to, and Vince Russo's chumming up to him. Now, there's all these conspiracy theories like Vince Russo told Tone to do this shit. No, guys, nope. I'm sorry to burst everyone's bubbles. Russo is trying to make this happen, okay? You really got to think about it. Russo worked himself from being a video store clerk into working for the WWF magazine. Then he worked himself, and WWE was popular, so everyone's buying the magazines and trading tapes and shit and renting and buying tapes and pay-per-view and all this shit. So he works himself into, because the magazine's selling a bunch because wrestling's super hot, being on the creative side of things. He gets Vince McMahon's ear. Vince McMahon's a filter for him. He's there for the hottest part of WWE, right? But also, WCW was kicking WWE's ass, even though wrestling was super hot and the Attitude Era was hot as fuck. Like, WCW kicked their ass for a bunch. I don't know if Vince Russo was there for the majority of that or what, but Vince Russo then parlays a WWE job with, you know something, bro, I'm going to go work for WCW. Again, less dates, more accommodations, more money. I get more creative freedom. I get to go on TV and be a mark for myself, bro, and put Viagra on a pole, bro, and win the world title. Me and David Arquette. Let me tell you, I just watched Ready to Rumble the other day, but Vince Russo notoriously does that, right? And then think about it, though. Everything he's really worked on goes to shit. Let's be honest. Like, WCW went to shit. If he had stayed in WWE, like, here's the thing. WCW was going to fucking implode anyways, just the way Bischoff was operating it. At the end of the day, it didn't matter who was in charge there. It was going to implode, and the merger would happen, and then they'd go, we don't want wrestling, or whatever the story is, right? They were fucked. So think about it, man. Vince bought WCW for like under $3 million. Hogan's like, dude, you know something, dude? I got paid more than $3 million every fucking year I was in WCW. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. They bought the whole thing for that. So that was destined to happen. Vince McMahon is like the fucking Thanos of pro wrestling. It was to be the Pokemon master is my destiny. He was going to buy all the fucking territories, no matter what. Vince was going to own all that shit. Vince would be trying to figure out how he'd buy AEW right now. He'd have bought fucking TNA if he was still in charge of shit. Triple H is more like working alongside people and whatnot. But I don't know. Maybe I'm making that part up. But Vince loved to squash the competition, pal. Yeah. But the point I'm making is Vince Russo, bro, he likes to work himself into shit and then parlay it to a job and then tank shit. So he started working for TNA. There was no other game in town. WCW went away. He couldn't go back to WWE. But at one point, there were talks that they were going to bring him back in, and everyone kiboshed it. Stephanie McMahon and everyone was like, fuck no, he's not coming back in. So, like, he almost worked his way back into a job at WWE. Fast forward some years, TNA, right? What does Vince Russo do? He goes there. He starts booking terrible shit. They're saying fire Russo. Then he stooges himself by doing what? Burying people and trying to parlay, trying to get more creative control and more money and slime his way up the fucking ladder. That's what he does. So he's booking shitty TNA stuff. Some people credit him for some of the good stuff, whatever. They're chanting fire Russo at segments that weren't his, whatever. The old wives' tales, the old stories. Whether they're true or not, doesn't matter. Dixie Carter was fucking shit up. She shouldn't have been listening to Russo, period. I'm not even saying, oh, she should have been listening to Cornette. I don't fucking know, just not Russo. So Russo, some years later, there's no other dog in town. There's no other pony to ride in town. So Vince Russo chums up to Vince McMahon right before all the allegations while AEW's a fucking thing. Those emails leaked. Vince McMahon's like, yeah, pal, I'll hear you out. Give me your ideas. So he starts fucking giving ideas. Then he oversteps his boundaries, works himself out of a job. It's an ego thing. The point I'm getting at is he keeps doing this. Now he's trying to chum up to AEW. I'm quitting wrestling, bro. He's in JCW. Now you're getting Juggalo fans going, dude, Vince Russo's storylines just, they don't make any fucking sense. You're starting to see the JCW fans go, yeah, we're getting kind of tired of Vince Russo. And that just is an inevitability, dude. And he only worked with JCW because he may be invested in it. I don't fucking know. But he gets a bunch of creative freedom. He gets to go in the ring. He gets to write all the episodes, bro. And in AEW, of course, he's going to chum up to these guys. Right? And Vince Russo's like, bro, I'm not, you guys want to say I'm just doing this for a job? You kind of are, bro. When you say you're quitting wrestling and then you go get a job in wrestling and now you're chumming up, like we've seen a pattern of behavior. So even if it's a subconscious thing, Vince Russo, that's what you're doing, bud. Okay?
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
Shut out Will Washington. Goddamn. So we move along here. And AEW filed to trademark Royal Redemption. So is that a new pay-per-view? Are they adding pay-per-views? Royal Redemption. What does that mean? Is that their King of the Ring? They need to cut back. They need to cut back. King of the Ring can be what you do on TV, and then it just culminates at a regular show tone. You need to scale back and do at the most 6 pay-per-views a year at the most, and you need to do one of these TV specials, like if Royal Redemption or Spring Breakthrough, do one of those a month or whatever the fuck, whatever. That's cool. But he should be doing one pay-per-view every 2 months, and I think that would benefit him way more. And he should just really focus on making his TV pop more than just like, come and buy these pay-per-views and shit. Because, brother, that will not convert come my AEW time. WWE Network knew that shit. If it converted the way that they... Well, I mean, they did it to prove so they could sell eventually to the other streamers and shit. But also, if it converted to where WWE was making Netflix money, they wouldn't have had to fucking do any of this. You know what I mean? But that's not the case. So I don't know, man. Tone's got to strap in. It's going to be so interesting the next like 2 years. And apparently in 27, like a bunch of contracts are up and shit too. Some like big names and shit in AEW. So I don't know. That's all allegedly, but I said it like a year or so ago. It was like 2025 and 20, and the mass exodus of 2025 went down. I predicted that correctly. And I was like in 27.
Allegedly.
Shit's going to get crazy for AEW. And then you have their TV deal shit coming up. Then it's like, it's going to be a wild time. 2028. It's a ways away, but that will be the true peak of like what you can expect from pro wrestling moving into the future for a little while, right? But anyways, Royal Redemption. Maybe that's like King of the Ring or something. I don't know. Julia Hart, Anthony Bowens, and Anna Jay were with Usher at the Michael premiere. And again, man, you see the critics like all hating on the Michael movie, but then the fans all love the Michael movie. And I don't know where like these IGNs and Screen Rants and Rotten Tomatoes get off fucking hating on these movies. It's always the opposite. Like the people always love what they fucking hate, and then they always hate what the people love. Or they try to start a campaign where they hate on some shit like the Super Mario movie, which I went and saw Super Mario Galaxy. I thought it was fucking dope. I thought it was really good. It was maybe even as good as the first one, you know? It was like as good as a part 2 could be to a movie, you know? At least a cartoon one. Other than like Toy Story, man. Toy Story fucking ruled. Toy Story 1 through 3 ruled. Right? Now they're kind of muddying it up a bit. But yeah, shout out Usher. And stay away from Diddy. If you guys see Diddy anywhere, don't get on it. Don't go anywhere with them after. Bowens kick their fucking ass if anybody gets near you with some baby oil. You know what I'm saying? So we move along here, and Sky Blue just pinned the CMLL women's champ Persephone. And some people were like, oh, she's leaving to AAA and she's signing to AEW and she's a dual contract and whatever the fuck. Hopefully they do something with this. Hopefully they make it mean something. Tone just jobbing out CMLL's fucking champions on his show. I just don't know if that's the right move. I don't know if it's the way you should be doing things. Speaking of the right move, one of the things Tony Khan's done that hasn't been the right move, or not that it's not the right move, but he just hasn't applied these maneuvers correctly, and that is pivoting into the we're going to bring celebrities in and shit. You have that Adam Devine guy do a choke slam one time, and then you never see him again. Big Boom AJ's treated like a real wrestler. Action Bronson went there and was like, this shit's goofy, you know? Literally, it was like everybody's freaking out and Tony Khan's yelling and everybody, you know, this shit's goofy. But Kevin Nealon, legend, one of the legends, man, Kevin Nealon says, I challenge Danny DeVito to a match in WWE or AEW. So he knows what the fuck AEW is. And he does say WWE first, but Tony Khan goes, do you guys own these outfits? And he drops this picture, which is pretty good. There you see Arnie there, WWE Hall of Famer. And Kevin Nealon goes, yep. And then Tony Khan goes, then you guys are in. Hashtag Dynamite, hashtag Collision. So, hey, man, maybe some people checked out the show because of that. I don't know. Kevin Nealon then was like, he posted this. Or someone, you know, this graphic. Franz is all elite. And then he was like, oh, well, now DeVito's not answering, so I challenge Arnie. Arnold. And so he's a WWE Hall of Famer. I don't think he'd go to AEW, buddy. Just kidding. Shaq did it. If Shaq did it, Arnie can do it. The Terminator can do it if he wants to. So there are controversies afoot. Now we get into the more serious AEW news. Here, just let me drink some water. What's chat saying? The trash man. He's a trash man. Oh, he's a trash man. He's a trash man. I would marry Anna Jay just to sit in the cuck chair as she and Julia Hart scissor. Well, what makes you think they'd scissor for you, you fucking gooner? What's wrong? We're going to talk more about Anna Jay in a minute because she really cringed everyone out with Jack Perry and whatnot. And it looks like they're not separated like everybody was saying. They were all like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. She can go to NXT. She broke up with Jack Perry, but that doesn't really seem to be the case. Usher, Chattanooga, Tennessee, boy. I love talking shit and Coach and Russo's chat about Triple H getting his contract extended after they've been saying for weeks that he was getting fired soon. Yeah, and now the Cope is like, well, they discussed it internally about him leaving. It's like, guys, shut the fuck up. Dana White keeps just out of nowhere going, yeah, I just signed an extension. I just signed another 5-year deal. And everyone's like, oh, he fucking did? They're just going to keep him on because he'll just do what they need him to do. You understand? He'll just make the best out of whatever the fuck they go, here's who we want on this PLE. He'll sit down with creative and make it happen, okay? And if they go, we're pulling this celebrity and adding this guy and removing this wrestler, he goes, okay. And then everyone's like, it's Triple H who makes the calls. Okay, but but you're also saying Nick Khan, he discusses it with Nick Khan, so that's TKO. Also, isn't Triple H a board member? Or maybe not a board member, but he has fucking some sort of executive fucking say or whatever. Am I mistaken on that? Maybe I am, but it's like, they don't have him in this position to just not have any input as it pertains to TKO. Like Nick Khan is TKO more than he's WWE. He's TKO, dude. So that's TKO making the call. And also the wrestlers got letters from TKO for the first time. So whether you like it or not, I'm not saying it's not all one or the other, but for everybody coping that way, it's like Triple H is in charge of shit. He just makes chicken salad out of the chicken shit that they throw at him, you know? And he's been there and done that. So who better? Who better than H? So let's get into we have some more AEW news, guys. I don't know where to start. So all of these next stories are just, they all fucking rule. We got cringe. We got like NFL shit. We got like people stealing moves and shit. We got just funny shit happening all around. So and then we just got Young Bucks cringe, douche chill out of your fucking seat through your skin, chattering teeth, levels of cringe. So I don't even know where to start. We will start with this story. We'll start with the dirt sheets just fucking up and lying on my boy Tony Khan, okay? Let me just, I got to chug some water down, guys. Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of chugging water down, someone who knows a lot about water weight, Chris Jericho. So, guy, let's head back over here, guys. It is time for more AEW news, and it is time for some controversy here.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
This is great.
So this story drops, and Fightful Select reported on this too. They were like, we confirmed with many people that everyone's laid off. This is true, but really it's just a few people, and it wasn't like everybody. And they might just be pulling like the Marvel, right? Like what Disney just did was they laid off all of these creators, like all of these people who make art and do like visual effects and stuff, right? And there's some of the fucking legit creators out there in the biz, right? It's just taxing work. It's got to be perfect or you get clowned on. You fuck up She-Hulk, no one ever lets you forget it, you know? And people who've been there designing some of these characters for like the last decade and shit. And I just think it is good to shake things up. But what Disney's doing is a lot of those people are still going to get work. They're just going to get hired as like freelancers again, instead of being employed and being a department. They'll just hire people that they're familiar with to do the work, but it's for way less money, obviously. It's not like for salary or whatever, like on salary with benefits, and maybe you're in a union or whatever. I don't know what VFX all get to be a part of there, but AEW might be doing some shit like that where they laid off a handful of people, but they might just hit them up for freelance gigs or whatever. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt there, because this story, I guess, turned out to not be true entirely. So AEW's entire merch design team laid off amid PWT's split. Who, me? The Queen? PWT? So a Reddit post from user Cato McCabe, I don't know, noted that AEW is moving on from its longtime partnership with Pro Wrestling Tees. And as a result, the group of designers who handled AEW's merch has been let go. So this came from a Reddit post. And what seems to be an imminent split between AEW, and shout out Ringside News, by the way, and Pro Wrestling Tees, the whole merch design team, Jacob C. Paul, Eric Vezelka. That sounds like a fucking the snitch in the 6th grade, you know, who'd run to the teacher. Mel Coleman and probably a few others, but I don't have confirmation, got laid off today. The team designed exclusively for AEW, and everything released on Shop AEW was designed by them, but they worked for PWTs. So them being laid off is a direct consequence of AEW ending their partnership with PWTs. Now, they fucking should. Okay? They fucking should stop collaborating with them. Whoever was designing their merch for a long time, it looked like fucking AI slop. Okay? So the team designed exclusively for AEW. We read that. I had the pleasure to be in AEW. Of course, things might change and they might get hired by AEW themselves. So that's what I mean. It shouldn't be all entirely doom and gloom, right? And a lot of people, of course, they just want to do the doom and gloom thing. So we get this statement here. We get this post from Pro Wrestling Tees. Ryan Barkin, who says, the person who made the Reddit post circulating has no knowledge of our business. Nothing on that post is true, except that we unfortunately told some of our contracted designers that we would not need them for as many AEW designs anymore. Some of the AEW designers are still contracted. Nothing has changed otherwise, and we are still fulfilling merchandise for AEW. So that's kind of an L. Like, I wish that they did stop doing merch for AEW. I'm just being honest. Like, you need to shake things up after a while sometimes. And their merch isn't really I mean, they've had some better shit lately. Like, I don't know how often they've revamped it either. Like, I remember, I think a couple years ago, they said that they brought in some new designers and they stopped working with like the Young Bucks wife. And I'm not saying she was designing shit, but she was like helping with the distribution or the marketing or whatever the fuck she was doing. All I'm saying is this, man, sometimes you got to shake things up, and they're saying this story is just not true. And Fightful was like, no, we confirmed it with people and this story is true, confirming the whole thing. Even though Pro Wrestling Tees is like, what the fuck, this random Reddit person just heard a rumor and extrapolated a bunch extra, because that's what motherfuckers do. And we won't tolerate this hate, this slander on AEW anymore. Okay, chat? We're AEW shields now. Okay, chat? We will defend Tone. Nah, fuck it, man. We're going to roast these assholes. So BJ Bethel, speaking of lies on AEW's name, right? So BJ Bethel, and anybody with half a brain reads this and goes, this guy's redacted. So at BJ Bethel tweets goes, MJF is expected to be filming at least one movie immediately following his loss to Darby Allin on Dynamite tonight. His name has been on schedules and call sheets for months. I don't even know if that's what he sounds like, but it's a funny impression. And here's the thing, dude. You read this, his name has been on schedules and call sheets for months. And it's so funny because Dave has like, and Tone have unleashed this Nicolo Piccolo motherfucker who, like, listen, if I sit there and laugh at this and go, dude, you can't call sheets for months. Like, if you're the star of some shit, you get the call sheet 2 days before if you're lucky. You know what I'm saying, dude? The call sheet, you mean that shit you get the night before? You know? Like it's just when these assholes talk out of their asses. It's what it is. And BJ Bethel just talks out of his ass. He talked out of his ass about this, and just even the way he speaks about this shit. It's like, you don't know about this stuff, dude. His name's been on schedules and call sheets for months. What? Like, I get what you're trying to say, BJ, but like, God damn it, man. And then this wasn't even true either. So not only is he clowned for the whole call sheets thing, like, not only can you clown him for that.
Shut up, bitch.
MJF just pwns him. But yeah, Nicolo Piccolo laid this out. He goes, call sheets. Call sheets are day of production documents. Yeah, like if it's like you're the star of a movie, you'll get it like 2 days at the most, dude. At the most. Like, I don't know an instance. Maybe if you're filming like a season of a show, you get it a week out or something. I don't fucking know, but like, this is crazy. And then you have a guy like Nicolo Piccolo who's just unleashing fury on these assholes now. And he's especially unleashed and unchained because he's not with Paradigm. He's starting his own shit, I think. I don't know. But yeah, he just completely smashes BJ Bethel to obliviacry with this. And I just thought it's pretty funny. Like, you know, whatever your opinion is on Nicolo Piccolo,
Master need to obliterate.
he's going to take you to school in this subject matter. And it's just so funny. He's like, what you're reaching for is a DOD or a production schedule. Those track timelines, those live for months, call sheets don't. So which is it? You get access to the DOD, the strip board, the one-liner, or are you the line producer now too? Did the same person who told you about these call sheets also tell you the streaming numbers on Max? This is what I'm saying. So he just completely felts this asshole, and so does MJF, right? And this is courtesy of Triple HHH Paul L. Triplehausen's thoughts says, there's no bottom for blowjob Bethel. Oh, go. Meltzer gave him air when he made up the 500K number with zero sources or common sense, and now he pretends to be a wrestling journalist. Nice to see MJF embarrass him publicly. And BJ Bethel goes, MJF is we read that, no shit, but Raj Giri reposted this, and I think I'm blocked by BJ as well. And then MJF goes, nope. So he just responds to him. We're seeing him on every Dynamite. And I'm telling you right now, this isn't Vince Russo, Barreau giving these ideas to Tone. Like, Tone, that means Tone has to accept that he's not like good creatively and he needs help. And he won't do that with Vince Russo. He'll be nice to him. He'll listen to him. He'll hear him out. He'll treat him with respect because that's what Jesus would do. # Christ is king, right? And that's what Tone's saying, right? On the Coach and Bro. So MJF he just owned him flat out. Nope, I'm going to be around. And good for MJF. And it's so funny because I say crazy shit. I make videos about like MJF threw a tantrum, punched a wall. That's true. Fucking MJF's friends with Elbu, and he fucking gets in heat backstage. He threw a tantrum backstage a couple times, allegedly. I've said shit like that. And you don't even have MJF going, nope. But BJ Bethel, these guys who are just in a circle jerk with each other, MJF's got to correct this dude, feels the need to be like, BJ, shut up, you know? So shout out MJF, dude. The ultimate. I'm team AEW again, boys. I don't know what the fuck you talk. It's dubs in this hoe. All right. Except for this segment. I don't care for Orange Cassidy and Stokely. They're brawling. They're brawling in the stands. Married music man, ballerina. So speaking of ballerinas and dancing in the stands, Britt Baker appeared live on TV sporting WWE gear. Now, that's a bit of a reach. How dare you slander AEW? Tony Khan invented the NWO, bro. Bro, let me tell you, I invented Hulk Hogan, bro. So she's rocking an NWO cap. I mean, come on, dude. Is that like, oh, you're rocking WWE merch? I mean, yeah, kind of in a way. NWO's WCW and NWO's for life, brada. So, but she's out there doing the damn thing and she's in the crowd. And let me know. You guys got to let your boy Phil know. Were they saying this is Britt Baker, AEW superstar or wrestler? But it's crazy that they're not using her, and Tone just keeps going, oh yeah, we might use her, and then she just never gets used. And I'm not even one of these dudes clamoring to see her on TV, but like, just because I'm not doesn't mean other people aren't. And it seems like the fan base, and she trends out of nowhere all of a sudden. Every few weeks, I feel like she's fucking just trending once a month randomly, and everyone's like, oh, here's Britt Baker. She looks like $1 million. She's in really good shape. Just keep her busy. You know, but Tone, he's got that heat with her. So, yeah, she's at this Steelers game here, or was this at the draft thing? Pardon me. Whatever it was, Tone is drafting the NFL into his AEW fantasy mark booking, and he laid out a bunch of lucha masks. And here's their lucha ad. I don't know, dude. It's just, I broke this down like 100 times. I feel like we'll watch the ad because they're officially here. But I literally predicted this when we saw him holding the one lucha mask. And he's like, oh, something's coming. And we already knew that there was going to be like an NFL lucha mask deal. And it came shortly after the White Castle mask deal. And I went, look, these are the same design as the White Castle Happy Meal masks or whatever. All you do is you just pick the team colors, or you pick whatever colors, like White Castle, okay, just any blue and white fucking mask, white and blue mask, and then you slap the logo on the side or on the back. And these are just cheap as fuck. They look shitty. Like, they look super shitty. It looks like some shit you'd get at Spirit Halloween or something. Okay? So, again, I called this shit. Like, they just... Tone has like a deal with a manufacturer in fucking China, and he just got an order of every color that there is. He probably got DX ones made just in case. He probably just has a warehouse filled with, like, you can reuse some of these, right? Like, that's the Broncos, but that could also be the Orioles. Right? Let's name some colors here. You take this fucking, these are some Seahawks ones. I don't know what those could double as, but you guys get what I'm saying, right? You could put these, you just take the same color scheme, slap a new logo on it. And it's a good hustle, but AEW, we researched it. They licensed it from the NFL. So it's not like the NFL's clamoring to get down with AEW. But this is a good, I'm not going to hate on it, but these are kind of cheap, shitty, silly looking masks, you know, just being honest. But speaking of things that are just outright silly and goofy, well, let's talk about this first, then we'll get into Ultimate Cringe. So here is AIR Gold, who goes one-winged angel. Man, fuck WWE. So at WrestleMania, Jade Cargill busted out a finger bang bang, kiss kiss, bang bang, finger bang. Kenny Omega's one-winged angel at WrestleMania. Let's look at it. Shout out TKO, shout out WrestleMania. And they called it the Silent Storm, so I'm assuming she is going to use this move frequently. Now, Jade Cargill came from AEW, you fucking sickos. So don't be mad at her. Oh, can you believe she kicked out? I mean, yeah, you fucking Osprey kicks out of the most insane shit you've ever seen, getting pile driven on aprons. Like, what are you guys crying about? Well, it's that move. It's super protected. So? And okay, so is the super kick. But when I say, hey, the DDT, like a pile driver on the fucking floor should be the finish. Oh, well, pile drivers are more of a transit. When Moxley hits the fucking pile driver on the steel steps, actually the DDT is more you're the guys who want to have those fucking arguments. The double arm DDT isn't his finish, asshole. It's when he lifts him in the air, the paradigm shift. It's his finish. That's what you have to listen to. But then when Jade does a one-winged angel, it's a big deal to everybody. And, oh, I can't believe she kicked out and shit. Like, what are we...
Oh, my God. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
What are we really doing here? The IWC is so unserious, right? And AR Gold, whatever, he's just doing his thing. You know, he needs his $50 or whatever per month. And he goes, one-winged angel, man, fuck WWE. And it's like, what? So the Bucks, who just do shitty the Rockers and the Click and are two-sweeting everyone and super kicking everyone. Is it fuck AEW or any of these? And this isn't even a discussion for AIR Gold. It's for people who might be more serious than him, who might think things like that. But Big Damo, and he was in WWE and he would hit this move, right? And he said, Billy Ken Kid did it first mid-2000s. I started using it in 08. Omega started using it around 10, 11. All variants of the Rubik's Cube. Kenny Omega did it best, in my opinion. But there's no... And here's the thing. It's Kenny's because in wrestling, it's who gets it over. Right? So there's no point getting mad. Someone could replicate his entire moveset and wouldn't come close. And obviously he's putting Kenny over, but also that is... Jade paying homage. It's a shot at AEW. They're always just victim pussies. Now I'm against Tone again. Man, fuck Tone and these sickos. No, I'm joking. Listen, I retract what I said. I'm still team black and gold. I'm still hashtag Phil Marks is all elite, okay? But listen, she was paying homage to Kenny Omega there. Let's be honest. And they called it the Silent Storm. I hope she uses it more, and I hope that it doesn't get kicked out of either. Because it's a cool move that WWE fans aren't seeing all the fucking time. And you're trusting Jade to do it. Someone who a lot of people are like, she's green. Well, provided it's WrestleMania, but Rhea let her dump her on her fucking head in kayfabe. So, and that could go terribly wrong if not careful. So, yeah. But it's funny because this goes down and Big Damo corrects the record, and then this is what goes down. On AEW Collision Playoff Palooza, this bitch shows up dressed literally exactly like Carmella and starts doing her shit. Literally right there on AEW. Now, I'm not hating really because it didn't, until this tweet came out, that didn't really register with me, honestly. But yeah, the cheetah print, the sneakers doing that move, that is just Carmella. Damn, why does AEW keep doing this where they let people just pretty much do other people's shit? You know? And then they like encourage Ciampa to recreate his shit with Gargano, but with Briscoe. It's like, why are you doing that? And so Mela is money. Carmella goes, there's a difference between homage and theft. And that's the other thing. Like what Jade did was homage. This is straight up like 1-to-1. You're just copying her shit. And again, the problem with the IWC is you just see sickos melt down about one thing and not the other. And I mean, WWE fans do the same shit, but it is more tolerable, I guess. But they get outraged about they get outraged about shit a lot of the time too. The whole IWC, that's all it is. That's why it's fun. That's why it's funny. But yeah, Carmella calls her out. She goes, I didn't retire. I had 2 babies. Might have to come back and show these bitches how it's really done. Craziness. The stolen move saga continues. So Edge and Christian won their match. We have a couple more like hilarious, juicy stories to get to. Edge and Christian won their match, and they did like a pop-up Christian hit a spear, and they're eyeing up the tag titles, and they have to win them. I feel like they got to win those things one time. If you own this company and they don't get like your history books don't read Cope and Cage, and they've been in your company for more than a year, that's crazy, in my opinion. Honor Sharp for 5 says Tony Khan tweaks WWE by no selling the stars finishers. Trips tweaks AEW by making its failures stars. That you're so spot on with that. And you know, people don't sell anything, let alone finishers in AEW. Becca getting called the fuck out. I refuse to acknowledge any of this hate, guys. I'm sorry. My blinders are on. I come back from a week vacation and you expect me to hate on Tone and fucking Becca? Are you kidding? Are you shitting me? Sorry, guys. I'm melting down, okay? Thank you so much. But yeah, Triple H tweaks AEW. And a lot of people can go, oh, all AEW guys, blah, blah, blah. AEW made them stars. No, WWE makes them stars, but AEW could have done the shit that WWE, say what you will, man, the slow burn is the way to go. Like Ethan Page is going to mean more, gain more, make more money, and be remembered more because he had a bit of a lengthy run in NXT there where you're like, fuck, man, he's older, call him up. They know what they're doing. They know who to bring up. Maybe Jade could have done a little NXT first. Maybe Evil could have went right to the main roster. I don't know, but I trust the process because it's been more hits than misses. It's been more hits than misses. I don't care what JJ Alexander says. Fucking Braun Breaker and Obafemi and all these dudes fucking rule, and you ain't going to tell me otherwise. Thank you for Super Chat. You just hated on Becca. I did not hate on Becca. It's on Becca on God. Okay? I refuse to, my cognitive dissonance for Becca, I refuse to even acknowledge that was battle. Was that Becca? Are you guys sure? Are you guys sure about that? I don't think I must have missed it. I don't even think that was her. No, I think you guys are wrong. 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 I didn't see that. That was not her, definitely. I didn't even know who Becca is. I don't even. So the leopard print is what puts it, just being for realsies about it, though. The leopard print is what puts it, is what makes it Carmella. Like everything else she's doing, it's the move is like everybody does moves, you know? Oh, don't do a leg drop, Hulk Hogan. Don't do a sleeper. That's what Roddy Piper did. Like, what are you going to fucking cry about every move everyone does? So, speaking of crying, man, I'm crying at this cringe. Are you guys ready for some fucking cringe? Some fucking uber cringe. It's time for some uber fucking cringe, dude. And for Vegas, WrestleMania, WrestleCon weekend, the whole Jurassic Express, including Anna Jay, arrived in Vegas with Jack Perry's bus. So they drove The Redact bus into town, dude. They fucking did it. It's no joke. Rode the short bus to town, dude. It's like Lexus Express style. That kind of rules. Like, that's a fun thing to do with your friends. But then here's like the lamest, nerdiest, wackest shit you could do for no reason, to turn the whole internet against you. And that's cut this promo and just people already don't like you. And then some of the people that are turned off of Jack Perry, because he's really the catalyst, if you think about it, or maybe not, maybe it's the Bucks at its core, but he is the reason CM Punk's no longer in AEW for certain, because he started shit and he talked shit on live TV, and then Punk put hands on him, and that's realistically why he got fired. He didn't get fired for the brawl with the Elite or whatever. And Jack Perry is winning good favor back with people. I think, even me, I've been like, yo, he's a bit more tolerable and he's kind of rehabilitating his image and shit. And then he just cuts this promo and it starts getting shared around. You know how many people don't like the Bucks? More than like AEW. And that's why they all watch WWE, and that's why fucking the ratings fell off for 2 years and shit. And that's cooked, man. And I'm not saying like you can't have your opinion and be like, oh, the fucking Bucks, but to be like, you're a piece of shit, fuck you. It's like, well, what, dude? Are you going to spit on a homeless guy on your way out the fucking, like, what an asshole, dude. If you don't like the Bucks, this is what Luchasaurus says. If you don't like the Bucks, you don't like wrestling. Holy shit. And he's chugging like a White Claw and energy drink. And the only reason people are watching this is for Anna Jay. And he's crushing the can. Sleepover. Rock on, dude. Sleepover tonight. I set up a tent. My mom let me set up a tent in the backyard. Sleepover. I need a PPP on the soundboard. Retard alert. With the triangle. Ding, 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 ding. The fuck are you idiots talking about? If the Bucks didn't exist, but Cody Rhodes and Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho and all of them who got Tone's ear existed, AEW would still exist, and it wouldn't be any less or more popular than it is right now. If you remove the Bucks, I believe that. And like, that's not Reddit people are AEW people, right? So you're just telling all your people to go fuck themselves. They're getting triggered by Reddit. Who the fuck gets triggered by Reddit? It's just mental on there. And again, man, it just goes to show you, like, Tony Khan is just a money mark. Like, thank God for the Bucks. They introduced us to the money mark.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
It's what it is. And I love Tone, right? We're starting a tag team, right? We're going to do a podcast together on Kick. But, but again, man, everybody just reveals so much about themselves when it comes to Tone. Like, they're just like, thank the Bucks, man, because I'm friends with them and they introduced me to the money mark. But yet he's not a money mark according to Dave Meltzer and shit. Yes, he is. This is exactly the proof. They should be thanking Tony Khan, the best guy, right? See, Tone, I got your back, buddy, because without Tone, there just wouldn't be an AEW. Not without fucking the Bucks. Like, if they couldn't make the first All In, would that show have died? And they had all the other matches? No. It's Tony Khan, dude. So we move along here in the cringe. So that's just super cringe. And then like isolating fans. Fuck you. You're all fucking losers, bro. It's like, you are shorter than middle schoolers and are a rich kid, dude. Shut the fuck up. This is, I don't know. Normal people his age, I don't know. This just seems like California. You know what I mean? It's just douchebag shit. Y'all are douchebags. Anyways, let me just move along here. So we get into another little cringe story involving the Young Bucks here, and they did BTE, which is a dead fucking YouTube show, but they brought it back and they're all like, we're the baby face guys. And then they do this bit. Nick Jackson debuts a brand new catchphrase. What the dog doing? And then they trademarked it and shit. AEW has filed a trademark for what the dog doing. And again, it's a goofy ass bit from their YouTube show that way less people watch than did when AEW started. And that went away for a long time and nobody cared. And then they come back and they're like, oh, we're baby faces now, which I think is better than their shitty heel stuff. But I don't know, man. What the dog doing? And it's like, are they trying to make fun of WWE where you just come up with a shitty catchphrase and then you get pushed? Because that's what you guys are literally doing, but you're taking the piss. And instead of actually coming up with a catchphrase or a bit that actually gets over and standing on it, regardless of how goofy it is or how silly it may seem, you guys are hacks and you're just going to lean on, we're making fun of, like, if you smell what the Rock is cooking. If you say, if you smell what the Rock is cooking, that's like the dumbest shit. Is that a statement or is it a question? I don't even. Lex, is it a period or a fucking question mark?
I don't know.
Me neither, bud. But it's like, at least stand on the bit and don't just be like, oh no, it's a goofy what the dog doing, right? Like, come up with a catchphrase, bud. You guys had Killing the Business. You did that, literally. So I don't know. I just think the Bucks got kind of exposed by being on TV all the time. I watched Being the Elite when Cody Rhodes was on it. You know, everyone was a big Cody Rhodes mark back then, which is evident because of his success in WWE. I mean, it's only amplified by going there. But enough about Rhodes. Let's take a watch here. And some people would be like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. That is their gimmick, being unserious fucking marks for themselves who get NBA level contracts because they were going to leave AEW and go to WWE as well because they don't actually give a fuck and they just treat Tone like a money mark. I'm tired of my tag team partner Tone getting treated like a goddamn money mark. I got your
best
back,
guys, Tony Khan.
Get away from these guys. So they literally filed to trademark it. Like, they just filed to trademark Jericho's I get beat up by Ricochet every week. And then now they trademarked what the dog doing. Like, it's just a joke. It's just a joke to these motherfuckers. And it's always been a joke. And then they just go out there and flip and go crazy. And then Dave's like, I mean, come on. The Bucks are just the best. When I think wrestling's more than just the physical. There's much more to it than that, right? So we got some Tone cringe. We got Tony Khan cringe. So now I've dumped Tone. I officially broke up with him. We're split up as of now. We're divorced. And we're going to laugh at Tone a little bit here. So he claims that dirt sheets help wrestling more than they hurt it. This is what Tone claims, dude. That dirt sheets are better for wrestling.
You fucking mark!
than they are bad for wrestling. And I just think that is completely and utterly ridiculous. And this is what happens when you're a no DQ Wrestling Observer message board guy, and he was leaking stuff and they shared the info, and my dad's a billionaire, and Dave's known this guy since he was 13. Fucking Tone's a psyop. He's a plant. He was planted here. So Tone, man, he says that the dirt sheets help wrestling. I disagree, Tone. I completely disagree. Now, Tony thinks they help wrestling. Why? Because they're helping him. And just like all of these rich motherfuckers, and just like Jack Perry chugging White Claws or getting hyped off fucking the White Monster energies, or, Tony Khan, just this rich kid, mark ass shit, dude. It's what it is. I'm sorry. They think it's a good thing. It just isn't. But Tone, it's working for him. So he thinks it's better for wrestling because it's better for his wrestling. Imagine if he actually purchased WWE. What would happen to WWE? They would start regressing. And surprises get leaked. You're backstage. We know that you guys run to the dirt sheets. We've seen Tone try and co-opt everybody. Allegedly. And when he says shit like this, it's beyond. You're just like, I don't know if there's actually hope for this at the scale it could be. But who knows? Maybe the attendances, I give him props for the attendances and ratings lately, which we could debate all day, I suppose. Maybe the attendance is up a bit, the TV rating, not so much. Factor in Max, maybe it's about the same. Who knows? But it's unfortunate because now it's like the dream is what? Chat, that we fucking get another billionaire Tone who fucking has billions of dollars and never ending money from his dad, who can invest in wrestling but do the opposite of what Tone was doing. That's never going to happen. Now that's like, we never thought it would happen after TNA, and then it did, and now Tone fucked it up. It ain't ever going to happen now. Unless Tone somehow changes shit around, they start drawing over 1 million, and Paramount's like, oh, we can't lose this. It's beating SmackDown. That's the only fucking way at this point. Otherwise, they just end up on a streamer and my AEW or whatever, which is unfortunate, Even though that is the way of the future, streaming, but Tone didn't set it up. He didn't double down on, like, keeping a YouTube show on deck. Streaming one YouTube show a week across all platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Rumble, all that shit. But the dirt sheets overall just take away from the element of surprise, the shock and awe that wrestling, because it's created, and it's manufactured heat and stuff like that. You have the leg up on, like any TV show, like swerving the fans and doing misdirects and having characters die off that we care about, and making people fall in love, and have this guy redeem himself, and have this person overcome the odds, and have this guy reign with terror. Like, you can do that. Those are all tropes, but you can, because it's fucking scripted, you're able to play with it and swerve people, and you lose that. Like, imagine if every episode of fucking Breaking Bad, let's say, or any of these shows, right? Game of Thrones was just spoiled before you got to watch it. That would be fucked up. And imagine if, it was back in the day where you tape sports and, or like DVR sports, and you didn't want to know the score and you avoided the score all day, then, or there was no online before, like, you'd avoid the score, you'd watch the fucking game. You'd catch the highlights at least after on TSN there, bud, or whatever, wherever. But, dirt sheets spoil all of that. That's just the first thing, let alone all the other shit. The way the boys manipulate the sheets, the way the sheets manipulate the boys, the way the sheets fucking report shit that isn't true and it affects jobs. Tone's not factoring any of that in, because they will, when people call them, go, fuck you, you're a clown, I quit. Like Tegan Knox or CM Punk or whatever, his people run to the sheets and fucking stooge all the information and shit. Oh, Tegan Knox walked out. 15 girls. Every girl in the locker room came to us and confirmed and told us she fucking stinks and that Hyann rules and all this shit. You know, it's like, all right. So Tone loves the dirt sheets because they work for him, you know? And it doesn't mean he gives them a paycheck, but you working for him. If it was Gail Kim talking about WWE, Kenny Omega would say doing the splits for that WBD TK money. So Tony Khan joins Show Marking Out. Shout out at BZZR Official and Show Marking Out. He talks AEW, Japanese wrestling, dream matches, and wrestling's Mount Rushmore, strong opinions and perspective. Pure wrestling talk. Here's the thing, right? Nobody wants to hear Tone talk about that shit. That's why the coach and bro shit blows up. And it's just the fact of the matter. Like, you got to not even press this dude, but get him to mark out about WWE shit. That would be awesome if somebody brought him on. And it's not a troll. Maybe you could consider that, but you just try and get him talking about his favorite WWE. Because I promise you guys, and he has in the past, but he's the biggest to this day. He watches everything WWE. At least has it on the screen in the limo or whatever. Whoever's driving in the screen in the backseat of the Denali or whatever the fuck his driver's driving that day. He's watching NXT and everything. And it's crazy because this dude asked him the question, and I'm sorry, like, I'm not roasting the show at all. It's not their fault, but it's like strong opinions, real perspective, and pure wrestling talk. It's like, dude, he can't even look at you. He's fucking cuts the promo on the camera. Maybe they asked him to do that. I doubt it, but it just seems not personable. It's like he gives off, again, I've said it, like Zuckerberg, Elon Musk energy. Oh, that's MVP show? Oh, no, I didn't mean to fucking... We got the boss. We got the boss on the show. Subscribe on YouTube. Yeah, check out Marking Out Show, the Marking Out Show. And so here is Tony Khan giving tons of insight, allegedly. Hell yeah, dude. They got him. See this shit? Shout out MVP. I spoke too soon. They got him marking out about WWE shit. They should literally write that. You want views and shit? Write that in the title. Tony Khan marks out about The Rock and WWE. Boom. I don't remember that. How fucking old were you, bro? Like 7? What are you talking? Dude, that rules. Look how happy Tone is talking about the Fed, dude. Look at how his Fed, and this is why it sucks. This is why it stinks. Because the wrestlers don't feel that way about the Fed. The ones that do get to say shit on the mic, and I promise you, a bunch of other wrestlers are like, this is whack. Keep my mouth shut. I'm just going to stay profesh. CM Punk's back there like, I'm smacking people for the disrespect. It's just what it is, man. And you have a guy like Tone, and he's just marking out, and the wrestlers have great respect for WWE, and none of them check the fan base for like pulling the stopwatches out and being super shitty towards the Fed all the time. Not that the Fed are the victims and whatever, but when for AEW crying victim all the time for all the shots they've taken at the Worldwide Wrestling Entertainment Federation. We're just making shit up now. It's just interesting to see Tone like fucking just marking out about WWE. I think that's so compelling. Thank God they asked him that. That should be tons of insight on the upcoming. No one cares about like Tone's insight. He's just an Uber fan. We want to see him just fan out. You know what people like seeing? People fanning out about shit. So when Logan Paul fake fans out about One Piece, people clown him. Okay? We know he's not a real fan. He's just LARPing and collecting this nerd shit because he streams and he does vlogs and shit, and it's just a huge audience for that stuff. Tone is actually marking out there. Like, that's what he should be doing. He should just mark out, give all the money. Like, okay, let's say a bunch of other people come in to run the shit and do it properly or better than him and take it to the next level, and he stands back because there's a hurricane coming through. No, but he stands back and he just gives all the money. That's what he's already doing anyways. But he won't do that. He won't ever accept that. That's why Vince Russo ain't booking shit either. But we did get a Tony Khan live. Let's tap in. It's a 4-minute Tony Khan, 4-minute, 40-second. The best guy's Tony Khan. He's back. He's better than ever. He is live. Chapter 2. Unit 4 for two. Sweet says, I like when you buried Robbie Fox. Here's the thing, dude. Robbie Fox came at me, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys don't hear me taking shots at fucking other YouTubers or anybody. Like, I try to put people over. I'm even like, hey, Denise Salcedo, Wheezy Blonde, everyone gets triggered by them. Fucking let them do their thing. There needs to be that. There needs to be those people, you know? And then there needs to be, like, the opposite end of the thing, like me. The problem with Robbie is that it's weird because I don't know why he got so infuriated at me, but he is a bit of like a TKO glazer. Like, let's be honest, man. He only gets fucking interviews because like he's at the UFC events, like crying when people like go look it up. Okay. The MMA community make fun of that dude too. And I'm not just like jumping on a trend. He literally went to PWT's channel and fucking looked in the Dave Meltzer playlist, screen recorded him scrolling through it, and then was like, man, all these videos on Dave. Have fun making videos on Dave, bro. And it's like, well, fuck you. How about have fun just jumping on the pro wrestler train? Because you only care about it when you get handed a fucking big interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only time you really give a fuck about it. Let's be honest. Otherwise, it's just like a passing thing. I know Dana White loves you and puts you on the phone with fucking whoever from Rage Against the Machine or fucking some dude from Red Hot Chili Peppers or whatever. And so you fucking got to glaze their shit. Whatever. He ain't even like a sicko. It ain't like that. He does like AEW. And so I don't care if people like AEW. I like AEW. My whole thing is just like, he just came at me and it was like, bro, I don't know. Why do you even, and I didn't even say shit. I was like giving it up to Dave as an automatic L. Or whatever the fuck I said, and it just sent him off. He like went to the channel, was fucking hating, and it's like, all right, not about to hate on PWT now. Still, but he's a good interviewer and shit, you know. But it's just surface level shit. Samoa Joe's cutting it up right now. I think Bowens is like joining them, and he's just mean mugging. So I'm down with it. I've been saying it. I don't really like the Ops as a team though, but you gotta use Bowens more. I just think Joe should be doing his own thing though. He doesn't need to be with Shibata and Hook and all this shit, man. And say what you will about like, oh man, in WWE, they stick all the Joshis together and shit. It's like, yeah, you got to understand, man, there's something to like, there's marketability in that though. There's a reason why Axe and Smash and later Crush all painted their fucking faces the same. And some people couldn't even tell them apart. You know, there's a reason for that. You can market that. It's better than just like 4 random, like they just don't look like they would hang out. Those 4 people standing there, none of them look like they hang out in real life. Even if they do, I don't buy it on screen. And that's the thing with pro wrestling. It's manufactured. So some things in real life purely real life shit doesn't always translate. That's why even real reality TV is phony to a degree. And yeah, that's why people do that. Like, it just looks like the conglomeration too. It's just, okay, a bunch of guys together who wrestle good. Is that what the group is? There's already a group that does that. So what the fuck are we doing here? There's a reason the Rascals come out. They're all wearing the same colors and shit. Again, the Rascals, that's a perfect example. Those are 4 dudes where you're like, oh yeah, they're brothers, you know? They're best. They all grew up together, you know? You see the team FTW, or what are they called? The Ops. Yeah, it's just like, all right, none of these guys really look like they have anything in common. So I don't know. That's my take on it. But we have a cringe Tony Khan. We got off track here. So here's the best guys, Tony Khan. Let's tap in with Tone. Okay, that's that energy, Tone. That's that energy. Good energy. I mean, mid, but good for Tone. Again, he's in like the stairwell. He's in like the staircase on campus. He's always in a different spot in a school, right? And the lighting's over. Like, I know where he goes. He just finds like where there's a light. Like, the guy's a billionaire. He doesn't even use the light on the phone. He can't afford one of those like $5,000 cameras with the light on it, or get one of those fucking ring lights, put it on a selfie stick. He goes to just wherever there's a light. So then you have like different lines, like this like power cord line is going diagonally. Then you have the lines from the door, and it throws shit off. Like, you're a billionaire, dude. Film this shit and do it correctly. Jesus Christ. Oh, is there no audio on Tone? Sorry. Yeah, so here you go. Here, it's fixed. It should be.
7 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Mountain, and 5 p.m. here on the West Coast in Portland, Oregon tonight. It's going to be a fantastic show, and it has been an eventful afternoon backstage here at Wednesday Night Dynamite. We've got huge matches.
Can you guys hear it now? Can you hear me now? Good. There was no audio on the other Tone videos. Oh, he was marking out about the Nation of Domination. You know what I'm saying? So MVP got him marking out about WWE. So you guys can hear now, though, right? Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Good. No, I know I wasn't muted, but the videos were. Let me just fix that. Sorry, guys. Lucy Moody says, for 2, says Phil, we can't hear the audio. For 2, my bad. I didn't realize, guys. It must have StreamYard glitching out. It's actually been working buttery smooth, so weird. I'm glad you guys can hear it. Let's continue. So here's Tone. He's again, the lighting stuff. Whip, rewind. Tone's excited here to start things off.
It's great to see you. It's a beautiful Wednesday night, and we are about to go live for Wednesday Night Dynamite nationwide. It's a special early start time on the West Coast tonight for Wednesday Night Dynamite. We'll be starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Mountain, and 5 p.m. here on the West Coast in Portland, Oregon tonight. It's going to be a fantastic show. And it has been an eventful afternoon backstage here at Wednesday Night Dynamite. We've got huge matches, championship action, great night.
See, so Tone's at like a 5 or a 6 of where he needs to be out of 10. If we're going 10 out of 10, balls to the wall, fucking tonight, guys, a world championship match. It's going to be fucking crazy. But he's doing his best. Like, this is better energy than when he just rolls out of the hotel bed, quickly texts Dave the matches, and then fucking jumps on his phone and announces
wrestling tonight with the AEW World Champion, Darby Allin, the new champ. No rest for the weary. Darby Allin will put the title on the line against Tommaso Ciampa, the Psycho Killer. That is going to be such a fantastic world title match. Darby, a fighting champion already. We were all so happy to see him win the big one last week on Dynamite, and we'll hear from Darby tonight. But it could potentially just be a 1-week reign as the champion because the Psycho Killer Tommaso Ciampa is red hot. And we got a loaded night of action. Speaking of red hot action, I'm excited for some of the big bouts like Will Ospreay versus Mark Davis, like this something of a grudge match with Hikaru Shida.
Oh my God. And then he just starts droning on with the fucking names.
Versus Mina Shirakawa. We've got some great matches tonight. And here in the back, we've got some people looking for fights.
He always does this. Here in the back, we got people looking for fights. That should be on the show. I say it every time. And he goes, here in the back. Where are you in the back of? Jesus Christ. We're behind the stage in the high school gymnasium. It's great.
Now, one person looking for a fight who has changed a lot over the years. Somebody who I would say is my former protege. Somebody who I can't believe is the same young man I took under my wing years ago. Lio Rush. Lio Rush has been acting strangely. We've seen this Lio Rush they call the Black Heart. It's a very different side of this incredibly talented young man. He's looking for
So who would watch this video that wouldn't know that already and who needs to hear Tone? Like, Tone is speaking as though he's introducing it to everyone for the first time as well. When this video, if you're doing videos like this, it's meant to be more like personable. And so you're just chit-chatting with the folks who know you. Right?
Fight here tonight. Well, there's somebody else who was here looking for a fight, and I have paired them up. And it's one I know I want to see, and I think you might enjoy watching it too. It's going to be Brody King versus the Blackheart Lio Rush on Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight. And after a great reception to Lio on Collision, he put up a fantastic fight versus Pac. I'm excited to see Lio Rush versus Big Bad Brody King on
why are you talking about fucking Pac now? Jesus.
Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight. And speaking of the baddest men, speaking of the baddest people in AEW, and of course we have a big world championship fight on the show. I got some great news.
See, and people say in Tone's cups he's got like the microphone. I don't buy it because the audio's always this shit. And he's always just looks for a fucking light fixture and stands under it.
About medical clearance.
Billionaire. He should have people just following him around with a green screen setup. He should just have a videographer following him around, documenting his life. What the fuck?
Found out today that Samoa Joe is cleared to return to the ring. Samoa Joe has been out of action with injury, and the former two-time world champion, the leader of the Ops, is back. Samoa Joe will be in action on Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight. I am so excited about
every wrestler he talks about too. The leader of this group, this person, the Brawling Birds, Julia Hart, the Death Triangle, and the Sisters of Sin, and the whatever. Like, everybody's got a team. Everybody's had a title, and then fucking has a team name, a trios name, and a tag team name and shit. It's too much, Tone. This video should realistically be like maybe just over a minute long.
We've got so much great action in this show tonight.
But I give him points. He's a little more turned than usual.
And it's going to be great to get Samoa Joe, the Samoan submission machine, back in AEW tonight. And speaking of doctors and clearances, I mentioned earlier, Will Ospreay versus Mark Davis. It was a tight squeeze to get Will Ospreay cleared. He's suffering from severe injuries. And after his incredible win versus...
It was a tight squeeze to get him cleared. He's suffering from severe injuries. Why isn't this the storyline on the show? Where you're out there, or the commissioner's out there, Ospreay, we can't clear you. And then it's a storyline where he's like, but they cleared me, bruv. And then it's like, no, I don't want you to fight. God damn it. You're going to ruin your career. Make this like a story where he has severe injuries. Tone's like, well, he's here and he wants to fight. So you know what? Fuck him. If he dies, he dies. Am I right? Ain't got time to bleed. Am I right? Time Cop. Other 80s movies that I like. Gremlins.
At Cicero last week, Mark Davis came out and attacked Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay not 100%, and in fact, he barely passed the exams to clear for this match today. But the fans want the match. Will Ospreay wants the.
It was a written exam. It was actually a driver's test, and he drove from the hotel to here, and we determined he's fine. So the stipulation: first to get dropped on their head 3 times tonight. Oh my god!
Match. He did clear barely, and the match is on. Will Ospreay versus Mark Davis.
It's funny, man. It's
Mina Shirakawa versus Hikaru Shida. Darby Allin versus Tommaso Ciampa for the world championship.
Because this is in kayfabe, right? So it's like, okay, so you're negligent and none of it matters. You can barely scrape by a week-to-week fucking medical test. Like, you either pass or you don't, dude. That's not how medicine works. You know, like barely. Well, you scored a 57. I mean, Jesus Christ. You got to either lie or you're healed, and that's how you get cleared, or you're not cleared, dude. It's one or the other.
And of course, as I said, former world champion Samoa Joe returns to the ring. Big Bad Brody King versus the Blackheart Lio Rush, and so much more to come tonight on Wednesday Night Dynamite.
Well, I mean, that ACL isn't actually fully torn, but boy, it's hanging on by a thread. You just barely passed, I guess. Go. Here's a sticker and a lolly.
We had a fantastic show last week, and don't forget, we're following up and we're starting early on the West Coast, which means the show starts about an hour from now. About an hour from right now. So don't.
You just said that. Miss
it. It's on live nationwide, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Mountain, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, fuck out of here. Now it's just like I can name every president. I can name the last 8 presidents' wives.
Don't miss Wednesday night.
And if you convert the temperature to Celsius, it's
Dynamite tonight.
So that was cringe tone, and I will say this, at least he came with more energy, guys. That was the best.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
He had energy there. We got to shout him out. Everybody all together now. Ichi ni sanda. And I guess, AEW Redemption, Royal Redemption is like a pay-per-view or whatever. So Royal Redemption's like the tournament or the match, and Redemption is like the name of a pay-per-view or some shit, I guess. So how about that? What's chat saying? Honor Sharp for 5 says OTS jumping test, so he had to clear a dollhouse, hurdle, and a parkour course. He scored 6 out of 10 with a 5 from the Russian judge. Yeah, it's like a triathlon, but it's like over the top rope dives, fucking sprint a mile, and here's a quick math quiz. You gotta score 90 on the fucking math quiz. I don't know, man. It's just silliness. It's like, is he cleared or not? He just had neck fusion. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that.
Acknowledge me.
Guys, so let's end this poll in the chat. So we're going to stop the poll. Who do you think has the most upside out of last night's NXT debuts? 1 for Evil, 2 for Lizzy Rain, 3 for Will Kroos, 4 for Tristan Angels, and that is in chat wherever you are. Kick, X, YouTube. Put a 1 in there for Evil, a 2 for Lizzy Rain, 3 for Will Kroos, or 4 for Tristan Angel. Who do you think has the most upside out of last night's NXT debuts? Get your votes in, because we are about to, I'm going to end this poll, and I will read the results. Are you guys ready?
Dirt bags and lily pickers.
I said, are you guys ready?
Hey. Let's just be fair. We got a couple haters.
Drum roll, please. It's been this way the whole evening. So 52% of you guys voted evil, which I don't know. I think I would have voted Lizzy Rain. Because Upside is like, who's going to be there for the next like 10 years crushing it? I think she is, you know? And Evil, I mean, he'll be good for a little while, but maybe like on the immediate end, they could really get him over if they book him correctly. He'll probably just end up fighting for the IC title against Rusev and Penta and shit eventually. Maybe he becomes NXT champion. He's kind of shorter than you realize too. In New Japan, he's bigger, but when he walks up, not that he doesn't have aura and shit, and he is stocky, but when he walked up to Tony D, I was like, damn, this dude ain't as like in Japan. He just comes across way bigger because how small everyone is out there. But Lizzy Rain, 26% of y'all. Will Kroos, who everyone's talking about, 17%, then 4% of Tristan Angels, which again, I think he was like on Evolve and shit, right? So, yeah, round of applause for Phil's polls. Yeah, Nikki Cross. Well, I'll put this in miscellaneous news. She trademarked some stuff as well, which just came out. And ladies and gentlemen, here is a Becca break.
But I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. ARP ain't shit but my wealth. And my OP's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now I'm going to put another poll in chat. So guys, we're going to do WWE news here. And I'm going to put another poll in chat here. What do you think? What do you think WWE should call evil? Just evil? Some people are saying live or live. We will do war, which is one of the rumors. And then there's rumors of a name, but I think it's going to be for Takahashi. I forget the name. Let me look it up. I'll find it online here. It's called like Rion. I forget what it is. It's called like some goddamn name that they trademarked. Let's see here, guys. I'm just looking it up. There was a name. It's like, I can't even remember what it is. I'm just going to write other, but there's some like name that everyone's like, that's going to be for evil. And it's like, I don't think so. They would have called him that on the show. I think that's going to be for Takahashi because we haven't heard shit about Takahashi. And then people thought it was going to be Mason Rook, which I hope to God someone else gets that name. That's a terrible name. I'll just write other. And so guys, wherever you're watching, X, Kick, YouTube, 1 for evil, 2 for live or live, 3 for war, 4 for other. What do you think WWE should call evil moving forward in WWE? Nox Ranjin or whatever. Thank you. Nox Ranjin or Raijin or whatever the fuck it was. I would have put that in, but fuck it. Like, they would have called him that on TV. No? They just trademark it to see what the fans think first? And so we're going to get into some WWE news. Darby buddy went through the barricade. So in this WWE news segment, guys, we're going to talk about like TKO and shit. And we're going to talk about, because there's just a lot of news pertaining to next year's Mania or a Mania coming up and TKO in the business side of things. But first, we're just going to do some thises and that's, catch up with some superstars, some announcements, things like that. And then we'll, I'm just watching Darby and Brody fight here. Okay, so let's get into it. I need some goddamn water. Coffin drop on the concrete. Guys, nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTime, 75% off 2-year plans right now. And patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Those are my cheap last little plugs there. Okay, guys? And there's like a bunch of exclusive shit on there. Early access, Dave Meltzer bonus shows, which the fucking video file, I have to literally re-record me reacting to the CVV thing, which sucks, but and I'll get around to it. I just was doing I've been making videos lately, as you guys know. If you haven't yet checked out my video on Paul Walter Hauser and Tony Khan, it's not just a clip from any of my shows. It's like a video I made with edits and shit. And yeah, those are getting a bunch of views, so I'm going to keep doing those because you guys seem to enjoy them. And if you haven't yet and you just listen to the lives, check those out too on my channel. There's a playlist there called PWT or Pro Wrestle videos. And that playlist is just all the videos that aren't clipped from a pod or anything. That's just me ranting into the mic and throwing edits on it and being funny and shit. Yeah, Darby got the dub. So Kevin Knight gets the shot. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of a shot, it is time for WWE news. And so Raquel Rodriguez linked up with Toro of the Texans. She taught him how to wrestle a little bit. And I didn't cover all of the, Swerve came out to announce the draft pick. You had fucking, I think Seth Rollins announced a pick. You had wrestlers out there. None of them really got big reactions. So it is what it is.
All right, and then. Yeah, you pick them up like this, and then you want to throw them. One, two, three, get out of my ring. Get the worm.
Right on. And again, I wonder if they came across one of those AEW Lucha masks or if Tone sent her one in the mail. No, so Carly Bright announces that she was a part of the WWE releases. She says, this wasn't how I imagined this chapter ending, and this name got missed until she came out with it. Good on her, not stooging. Hire her. She won't fucking stooge. But if there's one thing this journey taught me, it's how to fight through uncertainty and the moments that test who you really are. She said, if there's one thing I know about myself, it's this. Mom and dad didn't raise a quitter. So she will definitely end up somewhere good. Hopefully. If I was TNA, I would try and develop her or something, Opportunities are endless. Tone's throwing money around to a lot of ex-NXT youngsters, and yeah, she never really broke through. There was a couple times there where I was like, she's still on the roster and shit. So, is what it is. We move along here in other news. Brie Bella, speaking of Stoogen, she says she's going to find the person who leaked Paige's return. And I was like, banish them.
Which the Paige stuff got leaked from a stooge. I'm going to find out who.
You're a fucking stooge. She called you out. Whoever you are.
Who saw us probably earlier in
the Nikki and Brie show.
week.
But it's fine because it was still speculation.
Yes.
And you heard the reaction, which we'll get into WrestleMania.
But I will say this. You guys sometimes just let things be special and a secret. Who runs and tells people? That's even.
So again, earlier we talk about Tony Khan, and he's like, the dirt sheets are great for wrestling. And then even Nikki and Brie, who people are like, they're not even real wrestlers. They're like, dude, don't be a fucking stooge, man. Like, it just ruins shit.
Even like goes for like, I'm talking about people who have done this to run to TMZ because they saw something and they want to like break, I don't know, someone's personal life.
Well, because everything's about clicks and impressions.
you really
and all
gotta
the things. So they want to be like breaking news.
And you didn't break anything and like any news. And I will say this, it's sad. So look yourself in the mirror and really think about what you do next time because.
Well, karma's a bitch. That's what I say.
Yeah. I'm going to find that stooge though. Cause I remember
he's coming for you. You'll be found.
Everyone.
Oh, you got on Brie Bella's bad side. I feel bad for you guys.
You should.
Yeah.
It's like I'm going to chug the rest of this wine and fucking go full blown Brie mode on your ass. So we move along here and Rhea Ripley posted this on Instagram. She says, the funniest thing is when a dingo eats your baby, thinks they are relevant or hold value in your life, especially when they have done everything to prove they should have never been a part of it in the first place. Real clown behavior. It's like, what's going on there? I don't think we got an answer. It's kind of weird to post that on. Are you kayfabing? What's going on? Cameron, he cut a promo on Roman Reigns, Triple H, and Jey Uso. Let's check out
WWE and the It Is What It Is universe.
Yeah, SummerSlam, right?
Yeah, you gotta send me when they AI me, man. I've tried to go to the arena. 12 stopped me. They wouldn't let us in, but it's all good. You know, that clip that we did got over 27 million views on everything, social, YouTube, and everything else. But that's what got me more mad. I'm not really into getting views on niggas blindsiding me. So that's why I went to make a movie on Saturday. But you know what? God didn't let me in there because I don't do Saturdays. I'm a show closer. And now Roman Reigns, you want to be involved. I'm cool with all this. See, the thing about me, I got a problem, Trish, with Triple H at this point because Vince McMahon would have been made this happen.
Shit.
This is like Adam Silver when he took it from David Stern.
Tone's like, come to All In.
David Stern would have been made this happen. Triple H, you moving slow. I don't know what this about or anything else, but it is what it is. The tribal chief, Jey Uso, I'm the paramount chief. That's what it is.
Shout out, it is what it is.
And don't
Sundays only.
Yeah, Sundays only. And you know what? Don't tag me and DM me no more, Jey Uso. There's nothing to talk about. I see you when I see you.
Mason Bethel. Yeah, shout out Cameron, man. He's calling out the fucking Usos. I don't know if that's the right move, you know? Speaking of the right move, Giovanni Vinci, and maybe this should have been in miscellaneous news probably, but he finally revealed, and this happened a while ago, about a week ago when this got clipped up. Shout out Giga Chad, Chris Van Vliet, and Insight. And Vinci finally revealed somewhat why he got released. And yeah, it was a fucky situation. And again, shout out Husey with he came on the show and talked about that.
Allegedly.
It was a weird situation. So let's hear Vinci finally speak.
How surprised were you by that call that you were getting released?
I was and I wasn't, because I mean, during the summer of the year previous, I wasn't on TV, but I knew there was a plan.
Ric Flair thought this is who he was trashing. He thinks this is El Grande.
To come back eventually. And we did those vignettes and everything. but that didn't last long, unfortunately. So after that, I noticed when some thoughts started to creep in. But I tried to focus on the positive, and I always had high hopes. Like, for example, when the new year started, I know SmackDown went from 2 hours to 3 hours, and I was told, like, there's a quote from one of the producers, like, we have all the real estate in the world, there's just not enough land. Which, like, basically, you have all the great wrestlers, there's just not enough time on the show. So when SmackDown went to 3 hours, I thought, well, maybe now it's going to happen. Like, maybe here's the chance and whatever. And then, wasn't needed for TV for a couple of weeks. And, you don't want to hear that call. But when it happened, like, I can't say that I was really surprised at it. So it was kind of like it was a weird.
Yeah, so I don't know. He just says it was a weird situation, and there was just rumors that he like had some sort of heat, and that's why it was also kind of abrupt. Like, because you got to remember, Aleister Black. It's not like cuts are coming around and they just decide the day of. I know some of them might feel that way. That's why I do believe that Kairi Sane, there could potentially be a visa issue there. That's the rumor floating around. That's, again, I'm not a fucking dirt sheet, but that's the allegedly that there was some sort of visa thing, and that almost happened to Rhea Ripley. Like, she almost got released back in like 2021, like before they stuck her with Judgment Day. Again, rumors and innuendo and shit. And I think some of the dirt sheets picked up on that back then, if I'm not mistaken. But she, like, apparently there were some visa issues, and then they got worked out. Kairi went immediately back to Japan. Maybe she just misses it there. We don't know how long her contract, like if her deal was up and she knew she was going to be, like, we really don't know. She hasn't said much on it. But when it comes to a guy like Aleister Black, like, they were showing him behind Orton and stuff. Like, they were going to use him for something. Clearly, he was going to like go after Rhodes and then maybe lose at SummerSlam or some shit against, like, Rhodes needs opponents. You know what I'm saying? And they worked in AEW and did some shit, and it was like pretty good, And with Vinci, I say all of that to say Vinci, they were like, they repackaged him and were like giving him vignettes and then some match time. And then they kind of jobbed him out, but it's like, okay, this is for sure leading somewhere. And then he's just gone. And so the rumors were like, he got heat and shit for.
How surprised?
Like way before with Ludwig and them, and that them kicking him out of Imperium was because of that. Because everyone's like, well, why did they get rid of him from Imperium? It was because the writing was on the wall and shit, he was getting released. So. But again, that's all rumors and shit. It's just probably what he said. They probably just went, budget cut time. Fuck this guy. So Paige shares the moment that she found out that she was cleared and ready to compete.
Yeah.
By WWE doctors.
I just got some great news. I am cleared to go home back to WWE, so I'm very happy. And we got Chris over here. Had my back the entire time.
Paige here.
But yeah, I just like got overrun with emotion because I was like, fuck. It's just been a long fucking road for me, dude. Just trying to get sober and shit. Putting the right people around me and shit. And it's just.
And shit, hell yeah.
It just feels good. And I was stressing out. I was like, there's no way they're going to let me wrestle again. There's no way. I was really stressed out. I was like. But yeah, talking to him, and I was like trying to explain the timeline, and I'm like, please stop talking over me. I'm trying to explain. But
they just don't understand.
So yeah, it's like she was booked herself at WrestleCon anyways because A, it throws people off the scent, but B, it's like if she wasn't cleared, she could still go make money that weekend and fucking set up signer pictures and stuff. I'm sure she let WrestleCon know, like, hey, there's a chance that whatever the fuck. And that has to be how it got stooged, because I don't know how it just got stooged out there like that. You think WWE would have kept that under lock and key? But leave it to the dirt sheets, man. Lying on AEW and our boy Tone, and fucking stooging on WWE and our guy Trips. So speaking of Paige, Fighting With My Family, the 2019 film based on Paige is being adapted into a stage musical, which I love that movie. I like Florence Pugh. My wife does as well, but when I told her it was getting made into a musical, she was like, what the fuck? So that's her reaction. Speaking of other shows and whatnot, here's Rey Mysterio's animated series, Rey Mysterio vs. The Darkness, and it's set to drop globally soon. I think it's Cartoon Network. He's got his own, like, Mucha Lucha, dude. This rules. It's not my favorite style of animation, just going to be honest. Oh, so the Ray masks give the kids powers and shit? That's awesome. Rey Mysterio versus La Oscuridad. Right on. Shout out Ray, dude. It's about goddamn time. Tiger Mask had a fucking cartoon. So there was a box handed to Tony D'Angelo, and we're gonna talk about that in a minute here, the NXT stuff. But first, here's Sami Zayn's cut set from Kill Tony Mania. Strap in. They cut this from the actual broadcast, and they cut Jeff Dye, which is pretty funny.
All right, we are about to get this.
Whoop that trick! Whoop that trick! Whoop that trick! Whoop that trick! Whoop that trick!
Comedy. Yeah. I hope there's no woke snowflakes in the crowd. Oh, don't cancel the cock.
Calling people cuck. Ba-doom-ps. We're funny now.
Because things are about to get pretty controversial around here. How bad's it going to get? Why don't I show you? Watch this. Retard.
Oh, shit!
Didn't think I'd say it, did ya? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Because I've been watching Joe Rogan podcast. I'm sorry, Tony, could you just pause the clock for 2 seconds? Sorry, I'm kind of putting out some fires here.
Boo, yeah, I was like, boo. This is terrible.
I'm going to be honest with you, my wife didn't really want me to do this show. She doesn't really care for Tony, okay? Shocking. I know, I thought he was one of the most well-liked people on the planet. But, no, she's not a fan.
I watched this with my wife, like what made the air, and she was like, Undertaker's not a very good guest for this, you know?
And
it ended awkwardly. Triple H and Lee Fitting direct. I don't know. You guys go and check it out. Sammy does his set, and he says cuck and retard. So there you go. We got a new Women's United States champion, Tiffany Stratton. And yeah, they're strapping the belt on her. She beat Julia. And Stratton, is going to help elevate that title a little bit, that women's U.S. title. I mean, she's a name that will elevate it. And we don't have Bianca Belair coming back anytime soon. So if you're going to have these mid-card titles, you better start mixing it up. Some of those world champs got to float around. You got to start. Well, they did. They called up a bunch of ladies from NXT, which... good, because, you know, Blake Monroe and shit need to get in the mix. We need Tiffy versus Blake or whatever they're doing for the U.S. because we're getting a little thin here. But yeah, shout out Tiffy. It's Tiffy time. It's always Tiffy time. And Cody Rhodes had this to say. He kind of took some shots at TKO. He's like, you guys are 0-3.
Those outside forces that kept interceding and interjecting into my WrestleMania plans, that want to get involved in this Nightmare Family Party. I'll make it simple. You guys are 0-3. Send your best or count your money and mind your damn business.
But those SmackDown ratings, though. Right? I mean, let's talk about it. Rhodes, those SmackDown ratings, bud. I'm not saying it's all on him, but shit, you're the champion. So the Fatal Influence have officially arrived on SmackDown. We also talked about Blake Monroe called up, Obafemi. Trick, I guess you could lump Javon in there. He was a little bit earlier, but Joe Hendry, Ethan Page, Ricky Saints is coming to SmackDown. You got all of these names being called up. And then what WWE did was a stroke of brilliance. Here's Blake Monroe. She's incoming to SmackDown.
She's beauty. She's grace. and she will probably punch you in the face.
So do you think like the rest of the Vanity Project or whatever, do you think those guys all come up to chat or no? Let me know.
The glamour doesn't just walk into the spotlight.
But yeah, we can't play this whole thing, but she's coming up and she's coming to SmackDown. So it's going to be her and Tiffy aligning or beefing. It'll be like she starts sucking up to Tiffy and then turns her back on her or something. Ricky Saints debuting on SmackDown. So again, he's got a chance to try and get over. And I'm sitting here going, dude, Joe Hendry, if some of these Ricky Saints and shit have to stay on SmackDown for a while, NXT for a while before they get called up to Raw on SmackDown, don't be shocked. They called up Oba, Javon. The ratings haven't been the best, right? And then they call up Fatal Influence. They call up all of these motherfuckers. And now I'm like, shit, even Sol Ruka. And it's like, okay, what are people going to watch this show for? You got like Keanu Carver, you got Zarya and shit, but are people tuning in to the CW to watch that? I don't really know. I'm not really entirely sure about that. And then that's when WWE drops a fucking nuke on everybody when it comes to NXT, which we're going to talk about in a bit. But first, SmackDown will reportedly be returning to 2 hours in a few weeks as well, which is better. I mean, again, it's ebbs and flows. At first, it's like, oh, 3 hour SmackDowns rule. And then it's like, I don't really know about 3 hour SmackDowns and shit. So, in other thises and that's, We Want Kyrie had to get deleted by Jackie Redmond. And Ivy Nile came in first place. Everybody's like, dude, she dodged getting cut. Or is she getting sent down to NXT? What's up with the Creed brothers? She came in first place for all categories during her bodybuilding debut. And yeah, so what I wanted to talk about is NXT here. Oh, and also AAA is going to announce a new GM that will take over May 23rd. And JBL's campaigning to become the GM. Now, on NXT last night, they call all these people up and everybody's there scratching their heads a little bit like, shit, how are they going to maintain an audience? And like, who do we watch this show for? For sure, people have to be thinking that a little bit because it's like when you call up Hendry and Saints and everybody, it just seems like they're like mass call-ups. We need bodies. Bianca's gone. We need JC Jane to hit. She's ready. We need people. We're recruiting new people. Here's the newest rookie class: Alyssa Danielle, Garrett Beck, Nicholas Penicali, and Zoe Hines. So they're the new recruits, right? She's got a look. He's got a look. He's got size. I mean, this guy, I don't know. Maybe could be like Roman Reigns. The last two folks there look a little generic, but is what it is. And Shawn Michaels, he has this little meeting here for this last episode of NXT. He has a meeting with Matt Bloom, and he's like, we just got to throw a stick of dynamite in there. And you have to think that he said dynamite to allude to AEW a little bit, maybe get people talking, or is that just wishful thinking? Does that not make any sense? But Shawn Michaels, Robert Stone, and Matt Bloom discussed the future of NXT after the recent call-ups. Stone said he thinks it's time NXT needs one or two fresh new faces on the brand. Bloom mentioned there's a crop of international talent looking for their chances. Shawn goes, we've done what NXT does. We've been through this before many times. Now you can put some names on little pieces of index cards. You can put some pictures on your whiteboard. You can continue to take phone calls. Or you can throw a stick of dynamite in the freaking locker room and see who the hell runs out. Anybody's ball game, boys. So when he said that, I immediately go, okay, they're going to go crazy, but also Evil's going to be in NXT. 100%. Because it's like, where does he go on the main roster and like, what's a stick of dynamite? So they hit it from all angles. They brought in somebody they've been hyping up who they just signed in Lizzy Rain. They brought in a guy that everybody thought was maybe a fan hitting the ring or some shit, and he does a fucking moonsault, and he's some indie guy that people are hyped on, but he's a young prospect. And then they hit you with fucking 40-year-old Evil, who's like a former IWGP heavyweight champion. And then they had a Tavion show up, and he's like, you know who I am, and he's been there just grinding. And then you had some other guys debut, Tristan Angels and whatnot, debut in their shit. So it's like they threw in, you know, a New Japan legend guy, a fucking dude who, like a girl that we've kind of done vignettes and showed off on our socials, a guy that we just picked up off the UK indie scene out of nowhere. And he just shows up, right? And he's throwing moonsaults at Tony D, and everyone's coming after him from all angles. And you're like, holy shit, they're just about to shock the system. Oh, right? And you're sitting there going, holy fuck, so what does this mean? Probably just evil. But no, it's a bunch of shit. And now I'm like, dude, I gotta. And then everyone got called up, so I'm like, who's getting pushed? Now I gotta lock back into NXT again. It's no longer like, oh, I missed this week, I'll catch up or I'll check out the clips. But yeah, Lizzy Rain shows up in WWE. Oh, look at that. Follows PWT confirmed. So this is awesome. And she hit her finisher, and she looked, and it kind of went viral, and she looked really good in her match with Nikita Lyons. Nikita Lyons is improving as well. And I think I got a clip of her hitting her finisher. I'm not sure, but all the people that showed up, Tristan Angels, Cam Hendricks, Will Kroos, Tate Wilder, Lizzy Rain. So this Will Kroos kid, right? He looks like a fan. Like he looks like he could be a fan. And on the indies, he's got like a nose ring and he's rocking a bit of a mullet and shit. So he kind of cleaned himself up here, and maybe they're going for that angle. Now, if he was like a cruiserweight dude, I'd have been like, this is some horse shit. But I think they did this well. Like they showed Tony D, like evil's coming for him, but then fucking this dude just lays him out, hits a moonsault. You're like, who is this guy? Right? And you're introducing a new crop of talent. And I'm not saying this is going to maintain the viewership or boost the viewership or whatever. Maybe evil a little bit. But it's the fact that they delivered you a shock and awe show. Anything could happen. Again, you're like, anyone could show up. They're just calling up people coming in left and right. How do we not know that somebody shows up here from fucking TNA again? I know we just saw that, but who knows? Maybe fucking someone we least expect from MLW fucking knows, right? Definitely not Cruel right now, but who knows? EC3 shows up or some shit. It could be cool. And now it's like, oh man, what's going to happen? It's chaotic and things seem like anything could happen. Because genuinely, when that dude was on the ropes, I'm like, who the fuck is that? And the crowd chanted, who are you? And that's perfect. They should be chanting at this Will Kroos guy, who are you? And I like that the timeline took it upon themselves not to be like, Google it, bitches. They went, and mostly what people did was they fucking found highlight reels of him, posted it, and they were like, yeah, this guy's awesome. Or, oh, if you don't know who he is, he's awesome. And just seeing his highlights, that's not enough to tell, but he's a big old boy. As I tweeted out, at Pro Wrestle Times is my ex, if you guys don't follow me. And yeah, I think he's got some. I think Lizzy Rain's got some. I think Evil's definitely, him and Tony D. I think Evil will have a short run like Nakamura, quick little NXT title run, get called up. The next Rumble or some shit, he comes out as one of the slots, and then he's fucking drafted to one of the shows or something. Then he mixes it up for the IC with like Rusev and Penta and in that division. That could cook. They need a Japanese guy in the mix there. I digress. So all these people show up, and it's this big, exciting show without really promoting it. Will Kroos, former Progress Atlas champion. And this was genius because it got everybody excited, right? Like this moment here where Evil debuts. And again, his music's on point. His Tron's on point. His look is on point. This was awesome. He's super short, though. I'm like, oh, fuck, this guy's a shorty pie. Heavyweight champion. And so that symbol, I think, reads war. Like Tony D received a box and it said war or whatever. They're just going to push Evil on his own. Maybe that's the right move instead of just bring him in with Takahashi just because as a tag team. It's like, look how Penta got over. Evil has that potential. He really does. And I know Tone doesn't like him and Dave Meltzer doesn't like him for whatever fucking
Just
reason.
in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
But yeah, I could see Tony D either getting called up or he fucking gets cut from W. I'm sorry. I fear more cuts are going to come like after SummerSlam potentially as well. With all these new people they're bringing in and all these new faces and shit, and I get it, it's to make up for the call-ups, but the reason why these call-ups work and that this shock and awe factor, and this is the right time to debut Evil in the right way, is because it makes you want to watch NXT a bit, and all of this shit comes out about NXT here in the CW and ESPN, so check this out. CW Network and Roku announced a partnership launching in fall 26 that will bring CW programming to the Roku channel for next day streaming. This includes NXT being made available to stream on the Roku channel every Wednesday following the live Tuesday broadcast. So the next day, let's say you don't have Netflix or you don't have, you got a Roku TV or you got one of those Roku sticks. Buy them off Amazon for like $20 or whatever. And you can watch NXT the next goddamn day. It puts you in more homes. It's like the NXT free channel probably just rerun episodes. That's awesome. So that's good for them, right? And other CW shows. CW and NXT are just like peanut butter and jelly right now. And then this other stuff gets announced here. So ESPN PR drops. ESPN is the new streaming home for the CW Sports. Starting summer 2026, ESPN Unlimited plan subscribers can watch the ACC, Pac-12, Mountain West football and basketball, NASCAR, O'Reilly AP, WWE, NXT, and more. So a huge move, and this makes people go, okay, there's all these new faces show up. Maybe I'm into it. Maybe I'm not. They called up everybody, but this is going to be like a new era. They might rebrand shit again. I don't know, a new color scheme or some shit, but a new era of like CW Sports on ESPN, NXT, and being viewed by more people. And now it's on streaming at a time where the ratings are kind of kicking their ass. So now it's like, okay, well, what about the Roku and the ESPN, what is it called? ESPN Unlimited numbers. The HBO Max numbers, Brian. Like they can just play that game now. And now you have these new faces of NXT where it's like Lizzy Rain is going to be the face of NXT in the new like ESPN era. And you have Evil there. He might not be there for too long, but he can put on some fucking bangers with some guys while he's there and get some attention, see if he works or whatever, see if he brings some eyeballs in. So it's only a good thing. And shout out NXT, like right when it kind of got glib and it was like, damn, dude, they're calling up everybody. What's really there? Like, yeah, they're doing some good stuff, but again, they're kind of in a bit of a rebuild phase. They're in like a weird situation right now. So they do all these cuts. They call all these people up that get paid less and they know that they're going to fucking get them over quickly. Right? A Zelina Vega, again, probably gets paid what all of Fatal Influence was getting paid combined to be on the main roster. Maybe not that much, but probably like around there. So meanwhile, like listen to the booze JC Jane was getting and stuff. And then now you're like ushering in a new era and there's a streaming element and all of that. It's just a good move. Timing is everything. And Shawn Michaels and Triple H and WWE pulled that shit off brilliantly, in my opinion. And shout out NXT doing the damn thing. This is how you keep it fresh. This is how you keep people going. Hell yeah. I'm locked in with NXT. Now I need to watch. I want to watch the ESPN Unlimited debut. Do they go all out for it or is it just another show? I don't know, but fresh new faces. We're going to talk about, it's been a long show, but I missed you guys. Right? We got good viewership right now. So I'm streaming on Kick now, guys. If you're kickers, I don't know if you're on X and maybe you like Kick more than X or you Kick more than YouTube or whatever, check out Kick, where I'll be streaming all of these live shows. And if anything happens to YouTube, God forbid, you can find me over there. Lebowski for 2 says 626 bar is watching. Yeah, I know. You fucking said that. And he's watching on Kick, hopefully. Hopefully we have Kick viewers tonight. We want to get monetized over there. Power Saints, American Night Saint. Who are you guys talking about? WWE will never get credit for ensuring the next 20 years of wrestling. Hey, Cashman A, they will get credit here at PWT, pal. They're saving pro wrestling. I want Evil to be the first Japanese star to win the TNA World title. This goes along with the announcement that NXT PLEs are going to see. Thank you. So the NXT PLEs are also going. Where is that? I thought I had that bookmarked. I probably do, but I'm just going to pull that up. Thank you for reminding me. NXT PLEs. PLECW or whatever the fuck. And oh yeah, I did have it bookmarked here. I just skipped over it by accident. So we're looking for our friend Raj Giri here. Friend of the show. Not really, but kind of. But the Raj Giri showed him out and his show and Matt Morgan and everyone. All WWE NXT PLEs will now air exclusively on the CW. So again, you bring in these new faces and it's like, oh, I might watch Deadline or I might watch Stand and Deliver or I might watch Vengeance Day or whatever the fuck. And I'm going to do so on the CW, and I'm going to see Lizzy Rain there and the next gen of people. Like, you know, those are going to bring more eyeballs, those specials, right? So he says PLEs will now air exclusively on the CW. Starting with the Great American Bash later this summer, the CW will broadcast 20 PLEs in their entirety live on both coasts over the next several years, making CW the exclusive home for all NXT programming. And I wonder if internationally it just stays on Netflix. Oh, yeah, boy. NordVPN.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Get on that Canadian shit and just watch everything on Netflix and YouTube. Anyways, they announced, I'm not going to read all this fucking business jargon mumbo jumbo, but the CW has played an integral role in raising the profile of our up and coming superstars, and we are excited to bring the NXT premium live events to broadcast television for the first time ever, said Shawn Michaels. So there you go, man. I'm excited for that. That's good shit. NXT cooking right now. And WWE's been cooking too. This is going to be all over the place and out of whack, but we're going to go through this next stuff here. So let's hit another breaking. So we're going to talk about some more WWE. This is just TKO WWE stuff primarily. So, ladies and gentlemen, WWE is breaking through to the fucking mainstream. We chronicle it here. It's always been mainstream, but it's really like break on through to the other side. It's been breaking on through again, and wrestling's getting more and more popular, and you're seeing more and more people invest in it and want to be a part of it, which is good. And it's also gotten political with Triple H and the WWE Hall of Famer being the Presidente. You have the Governor. This is terrible Arnold. I guess he did it first, right? Jesse the Body Ventura. Well, why don't you tell me if I run for governor of Minnesota again? Hulk Hogan was the greatest. He was a pussy bitch, and he's never lived in the Baja. But, brother, we were rocking and rolling. We all did steroids. Why don't you tell me why I did steroids in Nam, in the Baja, when I didn't have time to bleed? So Senator Bernie Moreno asks Nick Khan what it will take to bring WrestleMania to Cleveland. So everybody is crying about WrestleMania. We're about to go over a few things here. We're about to go over how TKO has adjusted the ticket prices for their next big event, SummerSlam, how they've realized they shouldn't go back to the same place, how all of these states and cities are lobbying for WrestleMania because it shifts fucking economies, okay? And if you haven't, check out my video that has to do with Paul Walter Hauser and Tony Khan. I talk a lot about how if there was going to be WrestleCon 2 that competed with WrestleMania weekend, and it would have just happened when they did All in Texas, or it would just happen if WWE takes fucking, if they, I said it, if they go to London, if they go to Toronto, are you guys going to do WrestleCon in the States? Or is it just Saudi Arabia virtue signaling? We know that's what it is. Again, WrestleMania only did 50,000 people. Well, guess what? They also broke like gate records and shit. They did astronomical numbers. And as a fan, I've said it a billion times, I don't really give a fuck about that. But at the same time, I do care about that, because I want to see all pro wrestling thrive. And you see people, politicians and shit, lobbying to get WrestleMania there. And yeah, they want free tickets. Yeah, their kids love it. But where have we ever really seen this, where for the last few years you have states like, we're getting Mania, actually we're not, and they're all working out deals and shit, and everybody's fighting over fucking Mania, and Tennessee is getting in the mix. They're like, Nashville's supposed to get Mania, we're putting in a bid. And then this guy here, Bernie Moreno, asked Nick Khan what it will take to bring WrestleMania to Cleveland Rocks. Cleveland Rocks, all the little chicks with the crimson lips.
Mr. Khan, if you could answer a different question. What is it going to take to bring WrestleMania to Cleveland, Ohio? We're building a brand new stadium right next to the airport. It's the only dome stadium in a cold weather climate that will be right next to a major airport. You can drive right across the street, 2029 or 2030. Which one's better for you to bring WrestleMania to Cleveland?
Thank you.
You had SummerSlam in Cleveland, 2024.
It was quite successful. We think for the city, we think for WWE, and we think for our wrestlers. If it wasn't enough that Logan Paul pressures me on bringing WrestleMania to Ohio on a weekly basis, now we feel the pressure from you, Senator. So we have in a positive way.
Total and complete pressure. But you can pick between 29 and 30. I'll leave that decision up to you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Nick's like, nah, I'll fucking tell you, bud. Well, let me tell you something, brother. And then Andrew Yang's bitch ass jumps in and he goes, it seems that TKO, because he just talks about wrestling every now and again when he's trying to fucking get attention. And he goes, it seems that TKO has really screwed up WWE WrestleMania with ads and celebs and getting away from the heart of pro wrestling. And talented performers are paying the price. No, they're getting paid the price, asshole. They are fucking making more money than ever. And it's the fans who are paying the fucking price, okay? So shut up. You don't even know what you're talking about. But TKO Group President Mark Shapiro told a University of Alabama class that TKO has full control of WWE creative. He defended the increase in celebrity involvement as a growth strategy while admitting it may alienate parts of the fan base. So
WWE fans like almost complaining about TKO and how like, you know, there's like a lot of celebrity involvement. There's like Jelly Roll and like I Show Speed and like Pat McAfee and like Logan Paul. Yeah, Logan Paul's been there for a while, but like they're like, I'm actually just genuinely curious because people are saying like, oh, like TKO is ever since they bought WWE, like the product has like almost become more focused on, you know, moments and like I don't want to say like money grabs, but like there is more focus on like getting it, like making as much money as possible. Like I guess I'm curious, like how much involvement does TKO like really have on like creative control and like decisions like that? Because like
he's like scared, like he's scared to ask the fucking question. Just ask it, just say it. What are you fucking scared of?
Just seen that a lot online recently.
So I'll kind of walk you through that. First of all, it has complete control. So we're responsible. Good and bad. Fact or fiction. You didn't hear about this stuff in the old days with WWE and Vince McMahon owned it because it was a private company for so many years. So they didn't put out like their financial results, if you will. Nobody knew. They knew it was successful and the brand was strong and it had a legion of fans, but they didn't really know how the business worked and what it was making, etc. Then Vince went public with WWE. And then TKO was formed with UFC and WWE coming together. So those
okay, we know, asshole. Get to the point.
Short form video, I mean, it's really exploded. And the reason for that is it was really just on Peacock in USA. Our developmental league, which is called NXT on CW. And CW is linear, but CW has 100 million homes. So it really grew NXT. And then what we call the premium live events. weekend, of course, is WrestleMania 42, which is taking place in Las Vegas. So as far as the stars part of it, like, I don't think that's true, but if it was, good. I mean, The Rock is the biggest star on the planet, right? He actually is. And we represent him at WME. He was a wrestler for WWE for years before he ever became a Tyrese Halliburton last year got in a fight in the ring with Jalen Brown. Also going to chase some folks away. Some folks over, but you're also going to chase some folks away. They don't like this, or they don't like that, or this is too expensive, or I don't want to have to, oh my God, I got to watch the WWE, I got to buy Netflix, which costs this much, I got to watch SmackDown on USA, I got to do that, I got to have CW, so I have to have cable or linear television, and now I have to pay for ESPN, and you can make some enemies really quickly. I was just reading something today that Fred was showing me, that if you want to watch the Yankees games this year, the New York Yankees games, the full season through the playoffs, you'll have to watch them across 10 platforms.
That's fucking crazy. For the Yanks, they'll do it though. Those fans will do it though.
At the cost of $1,000 when you add up everything you have to buy to see them. That's just the way of the world today, and you will chase away some fans. So that's not good. But hopefully you're getting some quality storytelling and also programming around just the Yankees. Like if you go to Paramount Plus right now.
Okay, so blah blah blah. They have complete control. People ran with that. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But yeah, he claims they've taken over full control of WWE Creative. But like, what did you think? Triple H is a part of that, right? He's a part of TKO and WWE and this whole thing that's going on, right? Him and Dana White, they're all partners. So, it says here, per WWE, WrestleMania 42 became one of the highest grossing events in company history, with record or near record performances across gate sponsorship, merchandise, WWE World, on location, VIP experiences, and digital. WrestleMania Saturday was the most viewed telecast of the year on ESPN2, while WrestleMania Sunday was the most viewed telecast of the entire weekend on ESPN. And this is why you have states fighting over it still. The Nashville tourism groups and Tennessee Titans announced that WrestleMania 43 was originally scheduled to be held in Nashville at the new Nissan Stadium in 27. The reason given for why it's not taking place in Nashville was the date didn't work out. We were looking at future years. And they did this to New Orleans, right? And they went back to Vegas, and they don't give a fuck. They're just going to go. The guy's like, what will it take to come to Cleveland? He's like, give us the biggest bag. You know what I mean? Give us a big tax break and a fucking big bag and it'll be all good, you know? And so a lot of people are like shitting on TKO and Triple H right now. They're like, it's now confirmed that Triple H is just a scapegoat for TKO. They use him to promote events and shows while he handles the weekly booking, mid-card and lower card. Yeah, so the TV shows, just like Dana White, he handles Dana White looking for a fight. He doesn't handle the pay-per-views. He can make a match here and there. He'll steer everyone in the right direction. He answers the questions. Oh, are you guys signing Conor McGregor? He doesn't sign people anymore. He admitted that shit under oath in court. He does not fucking sign people. He doesn't negotiate. He doesn't book the fights. He just jumps on his fucking Instagram and goes, what's up, guys? The fight's coming up or this and that. And then the fucking Mark journalists go to the MMA press conferences and go, Dana, so John Jones said that he just wants more money. And what do you think about that? And he's like, look, we give John Jones the money. He's kayfabing you. He's working you. He fucking told you he doesn't control shit. Triple H is in the same boat, right? So we kind of see this more and more, but Triple H does run the TV roster. In WWE, there's a TV roster, a PLE roster. TKO says, hey, Trips, we want these guys used for this show. He does the best that he fucking can with it. And we take a look here. Happy TKO Proxy Statement Day. CEO Ari Emanuel, who was like, man, it's really frustrating. People got to buy Netflix, then go to fucking watch USA, then get the CW, then get ESPN. Ari Emanuel was paid $67.4 million in 2025. Bro, TKO president and COO Mark Shapiro earned $42.6 million. Come on down. Dun, dun, dun. dude, give me 0.6 of that. You know what I'm saying? That's a nutty amount of money. That's insane. Now, at least in WWE, the wrestlers are getting paid more. In UFC, their fucking fighters get paid nothing. And you see what these dudes get paid. Now, yes, they're wheeling and dealing and making the deals, but like, god damn. Like, that's a crazy amount of money. A crazy load of money is what I'm trying. I can't even speak because it's like, holy shit. You know? Give me 10% of that. And fucking I'm gone. You know? And they're just making money hand over fist. So, like, are they worried about, oh, man, fucking, we don't like McAfee? They don't really give a shit, you know? Are they getting their plugs on? Are they getting free advertisements on ESPN all fucking day? Because it's just WWE, WWE, WWE. Yeah. And so Nick Khan defended the WWE product from online criticism during a town hall meeting today. He characterized the criticism as coming from a vocal minority, citing how night 1 of WrestleMania 42 was less well received in comparison to night 2. He went on to read multiple messages or tweets from 2015 criticizing the product and appeared to use those examples to argue such criticisms as historically proven to be unreliable. And I'll do one step further. Shout out Nick Khan. I was on the same wavelength, and so was Meltzer said, what? And WrestleMania 17, widely considered the greatest WrestleMania of all time. The literal same fucking criticisms. There's no matches made unless they do Austin Rock. Oh my God, this guy's good. They haven't announced the matches. It's all corporate now. The same criticisms. People go, that's the best WrestleMania of all time. So he went to 2015. I went to, you know, however many, 15 years before that or whatever. Longer even, 20 years, whatever. So, and then they announced too, Night of Champions returns to the Kingdom Arena in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They're making that Arab money. Bow, wow, wow. We getting Arab money with all due respect. But yeah, dude, Night of Champions in Riyadh. It's going down again. I wonder if they do like they'll probably just do title matches, right? Or do they do like champion versus champion? Then you get the crown jewel thing. I don't really like that as much. Per PW Insider, Triple H has renewed his contract. So it's so funny, too, because, bro, let me tell you, Hunter Hearst Helmsley Barrow, he's getting canned. The coach and Barrow are moving in. I hand to God, Barrow, Triple H is getting fired. And so he renewed his contract with WWE. And of course, Dave and the usual suspects, except it's like, and then Brian's like, well, you know, there was talks that he might not resign and he might just be done. And who else can handle the heat? Who else worked you marks into frenzies for fucking years and can handle the heat? That's why Dana White, again, is the Dana White of UFC. And he just gets paid to be the guy who pretends to call the shots, essentially. If you guys want to chalk Triple H to that, up to that, cool, even though he's there night in and night out at TVs and everything. But it's like, if Triple H is that guy, then they're going to keep him on for a long time. And this happened to Dana, too, where not that long ago, like a few months ago, he went, yeah, so in January, I re-signed for another 5 years. And all the reporters were like, what? So Triple H just low-key did the same thing. And you have everyone like, we have a coach and bro, or like, he's getting fired and he won't last 18 months and shit. And I mean, I'm down with like making a bold prediction and being like, fuck it, I made a prediction, I'm standing on that. But when people could smell it a mile away, like the bitterness a mile away, it's like, well, nothing indicates he's going to lose his job. Like the creative might not, quote unquote, be the best, but right now, but nothing indicates he's going to lose his job. In fact, the opposite. He's just biting the bullet and making the best of what he can. Clearly, that's what he's been doing. So why would that guy get fired? That's like the guy these people want to work for them, you know? So per the Observer, TKO CEO Ari Emanuel and President Mark Shapiro do have the final say in WWE creative, but they almost never exercise it. Well, you know, they do actually have the final say, even though they came out and said that they don't. But Brian,
or, you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, the former heel thing. So
it's like, man, you just want to say both things there, Dave, don't you? Well, they do have the power, but they don't exercise that. But You know, they didn't make the call. Like, this is what Dave wants to say though too. He goes, yeah, they do make the call for creative, but there's no way it's Triple H who makes the call when it boils down to the contracts. And it's like, again, Dave, you don't study and learn. Your ass backwards. Like, if anything, they're going to leave more creative shit up to Triple H because he's actually done this shit. And that's why he runs the every week TV shows, and they're more hands-on with the PLEs that are marketed and presented in different ways and celebrity involvement and all of this shit. So if Dave actually studied and learned, he'd realize that wrestlers are getting letters from TKO. And if TKO just looks at a spreadsheet, looks at some of the costs to some of the people that are on TV and go, well, what are you doing with them? What's your plan for them? What have their ratings been like? Or what are they typically, what is their merch like? You know, they gauge it using metrics. Okay, that person's cut. Or like, hey, we need you to get rid of a handful of 1 million plus contracts. We need at least like 3 million plus contracts gone. And then Triple H handles it or whatever, but it's coming from TKO. That's more the nickel and diming and the money and the money grubbiness and the you know, the dirty rotten TKO taking everybody's shekels, right? That's what everybody wants to say, and that's what Dave wants to say. But then when it's convenient for him, oh, they don't fire people though. That's only Triple H. And then it's the creative. They have final say. They don't exercise a lot, but they really do.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
It's always backwards. So TKO president Mark Shapiro stated that Nick Khan and Triple H are using AI for storylines during a town hall meeting. And then you see a lot of cope from people where they're like, well, they're just using it to crunch numbers. And this is an egregious, like, fucking misrepresentation of what he said in its entirety. Leave it to fucking Post Wrestling and Brandon Thurston and fucking Mark Ass Pollock and those dudes to do that. But are they using AI for storylines? Probably in a way where it's like, okay, how many boyfriend girlfriend split? How many weddings have there been in WWE history? We're going to use AI to log things. We're going to use it to find out statisticals and look up whatever the fuck. Sure, maybe that's, you know, they're using it for that Sol Ruka Zarya vignette and all that shit. And yeah, I mean, there's too many people getting away with using AI slop. It's the way of the future, folks, though. Like CGI for big movies, they're going to use AI for that. It's not going to replace everyone's jobs and shit. That's fucking dumb. Like, AI can't create. It just takes everything else and then gives you ideas that are already out there. That's all it can really do. It won't create anything riveting or pivotal. And again, Tony Khan said that he tried to write an episode of Dynamite with AI. And again, this was years ago. AI's jumped leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. But do they use AI for fucking tags and, you know, SEO and fucking, hey, are we repeating ourselves here? Or what did this gate do? And how do we log this? For sure. For sure. You're dumb not to if you're like a big global company. Are they using AI for these like CGI promo vignette packages? Sure. Sure. Yeah. And if you're going to cry about, well, it ruins the environment. Okay. So do all the private jets that these motherfuckers fly in. So do all the planes. So do all the fucking every celebrity, fucking every movie you love. Every celebrity's flying in planes and driving fucking, you know, no one really gives a fuck about that at the end of the day. And I remember when Al Gore with Super Ethereal, and when I was in like grade 4 or 5 or some shit, our teacher made us watch that documentary, and he's like, you're going to die in 7 days. Right? He was pretty much like, you're going to die and fucking, you won't even make it to the age of 20. And I'm like, what? And we're still here, goddammit. All these celebrities buy beachfront property and shit. If they really believe that the fucking ocean was going to, what's that movie called? The Day After Tomorrow? They really believe that was going to happen. These motherfuckers wouldn't live on beaches and, you know, we're by fucking land in Australia and fucking all these places, right? So I digress though. To bring it back to this. The AI video was kind of cool with Sol and Zarya because they've been doing like green screen graphic 3D, her crushing through a town and fucking. So I kind of like it for her, honestly. It gave us some like Avengers Endgame type shit. They're not doing it for everybody. It kind of works for Zarya's gimmick a little bit. So again, I wasn't like opposed to it. Do they need to do that? No, they didn't even need Sol Ruka in that thing at all. Right? Especially when she's on the main roster. Like, you don't need to remind everyone that Zarya fucking Thanos snapped her away out of NXT, but that's just nitpicking though. I mean, it's not the end of the world. And they're still going to have graphic designers, and there's like a graphic designer who like makes Trons for people who fucking also probably help design that shit and stuff, you know? It's not like it's just a complete moron. They're just typing in Zarya Endgame fucking, and I get it, typing in prompts isn't like using a fucking paintbrush, but it's like whoever they have photoshopping shit for them probably also double duties as like a AI graphics guy, and also makes like the banners for the Trons and shit, you know? Like, I'm sure it's just a department that handles it all, and they probably attack it from every angle. But for people to be like, well, you know, they use it for this stuff and they're not using it for storylines, they might be. Who fucking knows? Now, again, could AI maybe, like, let's say you're fucking wrote yourself into a corner and you're like, okay, here's the characters, here's what's going on in this story. Give me 3 ways to get this character out of this situation. I don't know. Maybe like as a tool, it could be used that way. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I'd go for a walk or something and just try and figure it out. But like, that's me though. I don't know. Maybe it could be used for that, and maybe they've used it for that. I don't fucking know. But it just, to be doom and gloom, like you can't write Trick Williams with AI, folks. I'm sorry. It's just too real for that. Danhausen, how original he is, him getting over the way he is, the way he has been. I mean, that's authentic. Cena goes out there, talks to the WrestleMania crowd. That's authentic. It's about human interaction. That's literally what WWE is. So if they use AI to do a funny El Grande Americano video and make believe he was fucking around 100 years ago, like, quit your bitching, you know? I'm really not worried about that. But if it is like storylines and shit, then that kind of stinks, I guess. But prove that. Show me which one, or else I don't really give a fuck, you know? So TKO President COO Mark Shapiro revealed that Triple H and Nick Khan are using AI. So the quote was, Nick Khan and Triple H are using AI for storylines with WWE. What's resonating? So again, it's just a gross misrepresentation of the quote. So they're using it for storylines, but not the creative aspect. They're using it as a tool of like, okay, how many hits do we get on this? What's the demographic? At what time does this hit? Whatever the fuck. SEO. This is the search engine optimization, essentially. AI can help you with that, right? So it really just seems like what they're using it for. What superstars are resonating. So like, who's trending right now that we might not see in the merch sales, but what's connecting where on fucking across socials or whatever, right? You fucking get Grok or you train an AI to help you with that. In what pockets of the country are they resonating? They help us with obviously our content, our editorial, our creative, our mapping, our touring, and of course maximizing revenue and getting our product out to the fans most in need of it. And again, too, like he's saying it, mapping, our touring. So hey, if we travel here, here's our financials, here's our fucking here's our plan. Optimize this. Like, does it make more sense to go from Glasgow to fucking here, then to Sydney, Australia, or do we fucking go Germany, Leipzig? You know, we go fucking we're here, and then we go back down to Mexico, or like things like that. Logistics, right? It's just a tool. Like, it's just Google. If you Google something right now, oh, I'm gonna do it the hard way, cracks your knuckles, fucking jumps on Google. It's AI now. It has been for a long ass time. Before they called it AI, it was AI. You know what I mean? So it's just fucking AI. It's been feeding you shit that you want to see for a long ass time now and tracking you and shit. That was the precursor to AI. So even Google's AI, everything's AI. You just got to get used to it. It is what it is. It's like driving cars. You get your information from fucking AI. So Nick Khan also had this to say: wait until you hear the announcement on where we're going to be, pardon me, for WrestleMania 28. It's got to be Wembley. Why the fuck would he say that? It's not going to be Cleveland. It's not going to be Tennessee, unless it's going to be Mars or London. It's going to be Mars or London. It's the only two fucking places, right? It's got to be Mars or London. Where else do they go? If they go to Wembley, ooh, and if they market that shit right, and again, we're seeing the ebbs and flows of the tickets. Like, they've already lowered them for SummerSlam. They know what's up. Nick Khan even copped to, we should not go back to the same place for WrestleMania 2 years in a row. We're not going to make that mistake again. Raj Giri posts this: WWE touting the success of WrestleMania. They noted that WrestleMania Saturday was the most viewed telecast of the year on ESPN2. Sunday was the most viewed telecast of the entire weekend. We covered that. WWE announced that 42 became one of the highest grossing events in company history, with record or near record performances across gate, sponsorship, merchandise. So again, do they want to fill the place with 100,000 people? They can do that. They just lower the fucking prices, and they don't go to the same place 2 years in a row. Do they go, we're going to break a record gates, the Wagyu beef, less people, they're going to pay more, and the state of Nevada is going to fucking hook us up? It's just a big boy money play, justifying those $42.7 million a year salaries, you know? So they across everything, sponsorship, merchandise, WWE World, on location, VIP experiences, and digital. Company also noted WrestleMania Saturday was the most viewed telecast. We read that. So again, just touting their success. And new WWE got a $6 million site fee for WrestleMania from Las Vegas's government agency that promotes tourism. This is Brandon Thurston, $1 million more than last year's $5 million site fee. That's an addition to the $4.3 million in tax credits WWE qualified for related to Mania events. So they were just caking, buddy. Just made so much money. And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. And now SummerSlam, they can lower the tickets. And fuck it. We'll lower the prices on everything. We'll still make a killing. Ron the Truth killings? What's up? So Nick Khan says that despite WrestleMania 42 being a successful event, WWE likely won't run the same city back-to-back again. That was ultimately my decision for Las Vegas to host again. Maybe we don't do that one again in turn. And I like that he just owns the bullshit. Do you notice that? Carlos Silva, he owns his shit. Nick Khan, he owns his shit. Triple H will even own his shit. Tone and Tone's clones don't own their shit. Okay? So Nick Khan says maybe we don't do that one again in terms of back-to-back. They want a back-to-back, but ultimately it ended up being a successful event. Exactly. So that's his bottom line right there. But they're adjusting, man. SummerSlam, US Bank Stadium, lower level. Higher rows start at 390. Club level in the same section goes up to 1,091 floor seats. 1,300, 2,600 rows 4, 6 jump. They 4, 6, 6, 7. No, sorry. Upper level, high rows start at 158. Lower rows go up 238. And again, I'm not rushing out to be like, oh my God, 238 per ticket to fucking go get a shitty seat at SummerSlam. Like, I'm not rushing out for that, but it's better. And hopefully they bring house shows back like Shawn Michaels been fucking talking about. They should, dude. You got all this Evolve and NXT talent. What you do is you just take some of those main roster guys that maybe aren't being utilized all the time, and then you send them out there with like a mix of NXT guys and shit, and you just run really small house shows all over the place. I come back to Canada with more house shows and shit. But yeah, they're adjusting for it. They know what's up. They know they can't go to the same place twice in a row as well. But Nashville submitted. They reportedly submitted a bid to host Mania. So at $3.5 million plus tax incentives. So next year they might draw more people because it's in a different place and they're shaking it up. And by next year, I mean if it's not in Saudi or the year after, okay? If I say next year and it pertains to an American venue, because Saudi, like, it doesn't even matter how many people are there. They're getting ungodly profound. Like, they'll beat the Vegas numbers there, obviously. They're getting fucking unreal money. But we just saw that Vegas gave them a $6 million, the year before $5 million, plus tax incentives. So what percent is that? Like they got what was it? What did they say there? Like $4.5 million tax exemption or whatever. So they're offering $3.5 million plus tax incentives. Like it's just going to be whoever can offer the most and give the best tax exemption in their state. That's where Nick Khan's going to choose to go. And Brian Alvarez said they submitted a bid. Who knows if he's being truthful? And over WrestleMania weekend, you know, you have CM Punk, Danhausen, and Cody Rhodes were the top 3 in-stadium merch sellers. Danhausen, dude, top 3 at WrestleMania. And he's got fucking fly merch, dude. And the merch is flying off the shelves, and the pay-per-views are no joke. And I truly believe that if they can get the creative more on point for all the fucking crybabies and shit who think that WWE is so god awful, and it can be at times where like they're chanting for Kairi Sane and Io Sky and Oscar out there, and we just get left high and dry with a fucking person leaving the show that's been integral to this fucking storyline. I get it, okay, but we got to stop pretending this ain't the cream of the crop, and the attendance isn't going to blow wide open, and that even the wrestlers themselves, like we can see the shit. They're making a killing on merch. They're breaking gates even with less people going there. It means it's the high-end cut of the fucking meat, right? You're going to pay more. Less people are going to pay more. So the opposite of what fucking Dave Meltzer thinks and pretends is true, right?
Yeah, poor people don't like AEW.
And the attendances are up, and they go to Laredo, they draw 9,000. They go to the fucking Raws, do 18,000, 12,000, 11,000. They go crazy. Even SmackDown. SmackDown's so bad, the TV ratings are down. They do 11,000. They do 9,000 people. It's fucking crazy. So they're crushing it, and those are at a premium price. So they're going to lower them, and you're going to see another like attendance boom, provided they don't muddy it up with all of the fucking celebrity bullshit again. But they only really do that around WrestleMania, and that's always what they've done for WrestleMania. So is it just people being stupid and crying about shit? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments down below. Ladies and gentlemen, that was WWE. And that, ladies and germs, was PWT live show. Round of applause. A long one, 420. Almost 4.5 hours. I missed you guys after my week break. I will be back tomorrow for DMDMW. We will be felting Dave Meltzer. I will be back for Sicko Saturday as well. We end this poll. 43% of you guys think he should just be called Evil. I agree with you guys. Who knows if they're able to use that name, though. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Round of applause for the Kick universe. Everybody who gifted membership, super chats. I appreciate all of that shit. And I've been Phil S. Marks. The S is for success. You fucking Mark! I love you guys so much, man. It's such a blast. And S is for Sicko Saturday. See you guys on Saturday. But I'll actually see you, for DMDMW tomorrow. Okay, and be on the lookout on Patreon. Be on the lookout for my videos as well. Like I just be dropping videos with edits and stuff you don't hear on the pod, more formulated, like fucking one topic discussions and stuff like that. And if you're on the podcast feed, I know you guys are loving that. There's been tons of uploads on there. I appreciate the shit out of you guys. And I acknowledge you all.
Acknowledge me.
Again, I've been Phil S. Marks. You've been the PWT Universe, and this was PWT Live Show. Peace and love.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, is true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back card, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A criminal chicken is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight.